Okay, good morning everybody. Can I get your attention please? We're going to formally kick off now with our broadcast online, so if I can get your attention please. Okay, thank you very much everybody for again starting very promptly this morning, and I hope that you found yesterday's deliberations and discussions informative and useful. I think we had kind of three formats yesterday when you reflect on it in terms of the information to you. Some were presentations themselves by presenters. Some was the fireside discussion that we had, the panel discussion. And then we also had the roundtable discussions that you were able to have at the table, followed by questions and answers for panelists. So again, we are always open to feedback as we move through this process, how we can tweak and change and adjust. But certainly I felt from the feeling in the room and the atmosphere in the room and the chat in the room, it certainly proved to be a really good dialogue and discussion session yesterday. So well done, and thanks to all of you for that. When I reflect back on yesterday, a lot of takeaway messages for all of us, but I think a few things certainly came true for me, and one was an interesting, some messages about why people may take drugs, and then we had some discussion with the panelists around the multiple adversities that some people may face that makes the taking of drugs more extreme and more impactful. There was also some good discussion throughout the day on language from a range of perspectives. One, in terms of the stigmatisation that can emerge for individuals and communities, particularly related to language. And secondly, the issue of language related to a lot of the terminology that's used around legislation, regulation, decriminalisation, reducing harm. And actually just on that one, at some stage this morning, we'll fit in an opportunity for a very brief video just to give a little bit of context around that language, and then we can come back to it again in the next session in a bit more detail. But also one kind of key takeaway message for me from some of the information, particularly from the Health Research Board, was the pervasiveness of drugs and people who will take drugs across ages and across all communities. But equally, while it's pervasive, the harm is particularly concentrated and harmful and hurtful in areas of higher social deprivation for many reasons, not just related to drugs, but they suffer more, and I think that's one thing that came through. So from today, a slight shift in perspective. We're going to have a number of presentations from an international perspective, to give you a perspective from an international, and many of you said to me yesterday evening at the dinner that you'd like to get more information on that. And secondly, from a national perspective, with some of the government departments who set out policy, but also from some of the state agencies involved in the issues related to drugs. So I think we'll get a different perspective again today, and again we'll allow time. I do want to thank you all again, and thank all the presenters from yesterday in terms of time management, because it really means we're not eating into your time in terms of deliberation. So thanks to all of you for being very prompt, and thanks to our presenters from yesterday, which is a nice segue for me to say to our presenters today. I'll remind you and remind everybody just we have to stick strictly to the time that people have been allocated, and we can't eat into anybody else's time. So having said that, now we'll move straight into the first session, and again we'll have three presenters in this session from an international perspective, and we'll have at the end of that a chance for you to have a discussion at the table, and again some Q&A with the panel. Up on the table here you'll see Owen Quigley, who you've seen in a panel discussion yesterday, and Owen, again, just to remind everybody, is from the European Monitoring Centre for Drugs and Drug Addiction, and Owen will be sharing a perspective from an international perspective as well. Two other presenters who should be on Zoom, if we have them on Zoom, hopefully. Two other presenters, Giovanna Campello, and Giovanna, she's the Chief Prevention, Treatment and Rehabilitation Officer with the, sorry, no, just get the exact title. Yes, Chief Prevention and Treatment and Rehabilitation Officer. And Giovanna will present firstly, but we've also should have online, if we do have online as well, in case Thomas will be online. I'll introduce Thomas Cato separately. So firstly, Giovanna, thank you very much for joining us this morning from the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. And I know everybody's particularly interested in what has been a kind of an international strategy on war on drugs, And I know Giovanna will give us a kind of context about how that has evolved or where we're at now with all of that. So Giovanna, I know you have 15 minutes. I really appreciate that you do stick to time, but we do value your time. I'm conscious you won't be able to stay for the wider panel discussion after so you have to move off, but I know you've committed to follow up with any questions and answers that are related to yourself, and we can put them up on our website. So thank you, Giovanna, and over to yourself for the next 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for having us in this amazing democratic process. Let me, while I blabber a little bit, try and share my presentation. And I think you will see that many of the themes that I'm going to present to you are very familiar to you. Just judging from the summary of the discussions that you had yesterday that the chair just did. Let me. Okay, is this moving along? Not moving so much. Okay, it should have moved.
That's good.
Okay, cool. And I pick up from what the chair just said, you know, an international perspective on the war on drugs. You will not find the words war on drugs in an international perspective that is promoted by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. That is because the right to health has been at the center of the drug control system since the very beginning. And what I'm showing to you on the slide is the preamble, the very, very beginning of the first of the 3 drug conventions that starts the parties concerned with the health and welfare of mankind. And while you might see that the language is a bit old-fashioned, still it's very clear that the member states that signed the conventions at the very beginning were concerned with making certain psychoactive substances available for the medical purposes that they are recognized for. Think just about the management of pain or the treatment of mental health disorder, while at the same time recognizing that the use of these psychoactive substances does pose risks to health and should be controlled. Now, this is what I'm showing to you is the very beginning. The system has evolved. There is a lot of documentation that has been agreed by our member states. And what I will be presenting to you is what comes out from the member states more recently. And I would like to underline this because sometimes what we do is seen a bit stuck in time, like in the 60s and 70s, where the conventions come from. But in reality, there has been a lot of evolution. And the other thing that I would like to underline is that what I am presenting is the agreement by consensus of the member states of the United Nations, of course, including the government of Ireland. Is not a policy that the United Nations makes up or I make up because I think it's good in any way. And with this proviso, I have because of the right to health of people is so central to the convention, I have organized my presentation a bit around the right of health to health of different groups of people. And the first one that I would like to remind everybody is the right to health of the people who need access to controlled medicines, to those psychoactive substances that are controlled under the conventions. And I'm taking as an example, particularly the issue of the substances that are needed for the management of pain. And here on the slide, you see some data from our World Drug Report that really take the extreme. North America, where the access is so easy and even too easy, some people would argue, compared to Western Central Africa, where people have no access to the controlled medicines for the management of pain. Now, the member states of the United Nations recognize that a balance is possible. And that is why at UNODC we have a program together with the INCB, the International Narcotics Control Board, and WHO, to promote safe and effective prescription practices with member states. We look at legislation and policy, supply chain management, the capacity of health workers, and also the acceptance of patients, families, and the general public. I will not go into the details, of course, but I would like to put this on the plate as part of the equation of everything that needs to be thought about when thinking about policies about psychoactive substances, some of which are needed for very recognized medical purposes. Another group of which I would like to give you an idea of what is promoted by UNODC and the member states of the United Nations is the right to health of people vulnerable to starting to use drugs. I think that the chair already alluded to this, that you have discussed this already yesterday, and how there is a wide range of vulnerability factors that are largely outside of the control of the individual. One of the most powerful risk factors is belonging to a family that is dysfunctional or chaotic, and nobody chooses to grow up in such a family. Everybody deals with the situation to the best of their abilities. And these are the kind of factors that make people vulnerable to starting to use drugs and maybe then progressing to drug use disorders. And among all of these, I would like to tease out something that the chair already mentioned, which is the key role of adverse childhood experiences in leading to substance use disorders later in life, and how this, connects and interacts with inequalities, so that we see that adverse childhood experiences do lead to higher levels of substance use disorder later in life, but much more so in the context of marginalized communities, economically marginalized communities. And these are different kinds of data that support this statement of mine. The flip of this is that we do know how to support the healthy and safe development of children and youth through evidence-based prevention. We have made a summary of all the interventions that are effective in preventing drug use and substance use in the international standards that we have published together with WHO. And the great thing is that if we do prevention right, because we are attacking those vulnerabilities, and because those vulnerabilities are at the bottom of many different risky behaviors, we really promote the healthy and safe development of children and youth. And by which I mean that we get less mental health problems, less substance use, of course, but also less risky sexual behaviors, better school performance, and less youth violence, less child maltreatment, and in general, less crime. And we always promote a practice that is based on scientific evidence, which means interventions that are being shown to be effective and safe according to the scientific evidence, and therefore upheld the principle of doing no harm. I want to go back 1 second between equality, because I'm often told, yes, Giovanna, very nice, but what about people who are in really difficult situations? And I would like to reassure you that the tools that we have found to be effective in evidence-based preventions, including the tools that you see on this slide that have been used and sometimes developed by UNODC itself, have been found to be effective also in very poor communities, very violent communities. They have been found to be effective for both boys and girls. And they have been found to be effective also with in the populations in very difficult circumstances, like refugees, displaced, and otherwise traumatized populations. So evidence-based prevention is not the silver bullet, but we do have tools that address those inequalities and can prevent some of the harms later on. Now, what about the right to health of people who use drugs and people with drug use disorders themselves? Here, I want to give you some, you might have seen I've not given you much epidemiological data, but I want to give you some data nonetheless. In terms of overall amount of people, I don't have it on this slide, but we know from our colleagues in the World Drug Report that approximately 280 million of people have used a drug in the past year. Fine. What I'm more concerned about is the 38 million of people that with drug use disorders and that need treatment. And this slide, this data that you see on the slide, meaning that globally there is limited access to any drug dependence treatment and care services. Only one of the 8 people that need access to treatment are in treatment. This is a global average. I'm sure that the situation is better in Europe, but there are huge differences regionally, and there are huge differences with specific groups. For example, youth and adolescents. And here on the slides, you see the latest data with regard to women. So, for example, we know that about 1 in 2 amphetamine type user is a woman, but less than 1 in 5 people in treatment for amphetamine is a woman. Women have very much harder access to treatment, and so do people in contact with the criminal justice system and in prison settings, in spite of us having clear evidence that people in contact with the criminal justice system and in prison settings suffer from higher rates of mental health disorders, including drug use disorders, and other also communicable diseases, of course. And this also has a gender dimension in that we know that women who use drugs are disproportionately in prison for drug-related offenses compared to their male counterparts. The final very huge challenge is the issue of poor quality and human rights violation in the name of drug treatment and care. So you remember here, only 1 in 8 people are in treatment. This is just coverage. We don't even know what the quality of this treatment is. And in too many countries still, people who use drugs and people with drug use disorder are subjected to punishment or even human rights violations in the name of treatment and in the name of security as well. Now, the good news is that we do know what to do. It is possible to provide access to quality treatment and care services that are voluntary, based on scientific evidence, and that are tailored to the needs of populations, especially vulnerable circumstances. Now, let me open a small parenthesis about terminology here. You see here that I say treatment and care, and I don't say treatment and harm reduction. This is because I'm here in an institutional setting, and many of our member states are very hesitant with regard to the term harm reduction. However, the actual intervention that are comprised of under harm reduction and that are aimed at reducing the health and social consequences of drug use and drug use disorders, which I here call care, are very, very clearly recognized and mandated by our member states. Here you can see a document called Treatment of Drug Use Disorder. Let me assure you that this document comprises all of the continuum of care. So from that very first contact with the harm reduction service, needle syringe exchange, Um, and of course, moving into pharmacological treatment, opioid assisted therapy, but also psychosocial therapy and recovery support. So there is the entire continuum indeed. And we have many evidence-based tools that are available. They are here on the slide. I will not talk about them because I will go on too much, but of course they are at the disposal of all of the member states. What I would like to underline is that evidence-based treatment does not only decrease drug use, thus shrinking the illicit market. And remember that I say treatment, but I'm talking about the entire continuum that includes harm reduction and recovery support. But also we have clear evidence that it decreases overdoses.
Giovanna, I'm sorry.
Crime rates.
Giovanna,
yes?
I'm sorry to jump in. Can I just ask you in the next minute to any big summary messages you'd like to close?
Yeah.
And apologies. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, no problem. It reduces incarceration, prison overcrowding, and associated problems, and it costs less than a probation, incarceration, and doing nothing. And that is why within this our mandates, we really promote the expansion of alternatives to conviction and punishment, including in appropriate cases of minor nature for trafficking. And you can do this at each of the phases of the criminal justice system. And of course, including in prison settings. And I'm concluding with this. I hope I have given you a good overview of all of the provisions the member states have agreed to in order to support the health of humankind as a whole. And I am available to respond to any questions you might have or more in-depth issues.
Thank you, Giovanna.
Later on.
Thank you very much. I might just say. And Giovanna, I'm conscious you won't be able to stay because we have a number of presentations straight away, but we will send you the questions that come up related, and we would appreciate it. And just for everybody here and Giovanna, some people might have found to sound difficult at different points in time. We will have a full transcript that we'll put up on the site of Giovanna's presentation so you can see it. But certainly a couple of takeaway messages for me, Giovanna. The whole issue of the right to health and indeed well-being, as you summarised at the end, being to the forefront of the UN office. The vulnerability factors that you spoke about, and we had some discussions, somebody referred to them as multiple adversities yesterday, and I think that's a very strong team that came through. And we would be particularly interested in getting behind some of the tools that you described to address inequality. And I know later on in our own deliberations we'll have time to talk about gender issues related to drugs here as well in our own conference. But I think our members would value some of those insights into some of those tools in a bit more depth. So thank you very much for your time, and we really appreciate it, and we'll forward you all the questions that no doubt we'll get. Thank you again. Okay, I'm going to move straight away to ask Owen to take the next piece. Again, Owen is from the European Monitoring Centre for Drugs and Data Addiction.
Thanks, Ryan.
And he's going to present out to us. Owen has... he does have 20 minutes, but he's committed to me he's going to do it in 18 and 17 just to make the last 2 minutes. So well done, Owen. Thanks for that.
Morning, everybody. Thanks very much, Paul. Okay, so I'm just going to give you an overview of the European Drug Report. This is the EMCDDA's main analysis of Europe's resilient and complex drug situation. It looks at drug use, related harms, and drug markets. And it's accompanied by our statistical bulletin, where you'll find the data underlying the analysis. It's available in 25 languages in PDF on our website. And it's also accompanied by our look back over 25 years of the EU early warning system on new psychoactive substances. And it draws on the latest modules of our EU drug markets analysis and the responses guide to drug problems in Europe. Our main headline message is that drug supply and use have both begun to bounce back following disruptions during COVID-19, and indicators of supply and use are already starting to return to pre-pandemic levels, looking at stimulants like cocaine, crack cocaine, amphetamine, and methamphetamine through wastewater analysis, we can see that there were increases in some cities of the residues detected for these drugs between 2020 and 2021. Innovation is driving the high availability of a greater diversity and range of substances on the drug market. These substances are increasingly more potent, and it's also driving more complex patterns of drug consumption. We're still seeing that there is increased seizures of large shipments trafficked through Europe's seaports in intermodal containers. We're seeing that there is new trafficking routes emerging, along with new concealment routes, and also new production processes. And the European Union remains a significant producer of some drugs, both for domestic consumption and for global export. Europe's drug problems have become more complex, and we summarize this with the phrase everywhere, everything, everyone. What we mean by that is that drug problems are today appearing almost everywhere. We can see them manifest in and exacerbating issues such as homelessness, youth criminality, the management of psychiatric disorders, but also violence and intimidation in communities related to the operation of drug markets, or changes in the flow of drugs internationally, in developments in Afghanistan or the war in Ukraine. Almost everything with psychoactive potential can appear as a drug, often mislabeled in mixtures or powders. A key example of cannabis adulterated with synthetic cannabinoids, and everyone can be affected, whether at the level of the individual through accessing drug treatment, or indeed in the communities where drug markets are operating and may be resulting in intimidation and fear, or corruption and criminal practices taking place in institutions. Looking at the area of new psychoactive substances, we had about one new drug notified per week in 2021. 52 overall were notified to the EU early warning system on new psychoactive substances. The system's currently monitoring 880 substances overall, and we can see the diversity of what's available on the drug market from the fact that 370 of these previously detected substances appeared on the market in 2020. We had a record seizure of 6.9 tons of MPS in 2020, and this is also accompanied by an increase in 15 new synthetic cannabinoids, 6 new synthetic opioids, and 6 new synthetic cathinones detected in 2021. And synthetic cathinones are linked with a range of harms, and this has prompted concerns. The early warning system is now monitoring 162 of these, the second largest group after synthetic cannabinoids. There was about 3.3 tons of this material seized in 2020, up from 3/4 of a ton in 2019. Mostly it was a small number of very large seizures of Indian origin of these 3 drugs. And these drugs are linked with a range of harms, and we can see an example here of increased poisonings in the Netherlands related to 3-MMC. But cathinone injecting is also linked to a range of harms such as high-risk sexual practices and also HIV and HCV outbreaks, which have been seen in some European cities over the last decade. And these substances, 3-MMC and 3-CMC, were risk assessed in 2021 and then controlled by the European Commission in March 2022. Cannabis remains Europe's most popular illicit drug, and about 15.5% or 15 million 15 to 34-year-olds are estimated to have used it in the last year, according to surveys. If we go down a bit, we can see among 15 to 24-year-olds, this was 19.1%, or 9 million of that age group. In about 86,000 seizures in 2020, 584 tons of cannabis resin was seized. In about 240,000 seizures, 155 tons of cannabis herb was seized. And this is an increase on 2019, where we had 464 tons of cannabis resin seized and 130 tons of cannabis herb seized. And resin's average tetrahydrocannabinol content, that's the main ingredient in cannabis, is now twice that of herbs, 21% versus 11%. And cannabis is responsible for about 80,000 people accessing drug treatment in Europe, with about 43,000 of those accessing treatment for the first time, and is responsible for about 45% of all first-time treatment entries. Cannabis products have become more complex, and we see now that they are available as extracts and edibles that have a high THC content, but also CBD products with a low THC content on the market. And with this, we see increasing complexity in European cannabis policies, and they now encompass a wider set of areas, including control of illicit cannabis, regulation of cannabis for medical uses, and other emerging uses and forms, including as ingredients in foodstuffs and cosmetics and other commercial products. Some member states in the EU are looking at adjusting their cannabis policies. This includes countries like Germany, Malta, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg, and most recently Czechia. Medical use of cannabis is available in most EU member states, though the type of access and products available differs considerably between them. And we can get a flavour for the complexity of what's appearing from the increased registrations of cannabis plant varieties, product trademarks, hectares of hemp grown, and applications for novel food products, shops selling low THC products in Europe. And concern continues about adulteration of cannabis with synthetic cannabinoids. And in 2021, there was an increase in detections of ADB butanaka in 11 member states, reporting it at least since July 2020. The concern here is that people may be purchasing what they perceive to be illicit natural cannabis products, but they're in fact adulterated with synthetic cannabinoids. This creates different kinds of risks because synthetic cannabinoids promote more intense intoxication, mental, physical, and behavioral effects than natural cannabinoids, and some fatal and non-fatal poisonings have been associated with these. Synthetic drug production more generally within Europe is escalating, and this is a direct result of increased collaboration between European and international organised crime groups. And we can see here for these 9 drugs, there was over 350 laboratories dismantled in 2020 by European police forces. And we also had police forces seizing precursor chemicals, which are an indication of manufacturing taking place within a country for another 6 drugs. When we look at cocaine, we can see this trend clearly present. In 2019, there were 5 cocaine laboratories dismantled in the European Union. This rose to 23 in 2020, including large-scale facilities, packaging facilities, secondary extraction facilities, alongside the seizure of coca paste and related processing chemicals. And we had 64,000 seizures of cocaine, resulting in 213 tons of cocaine seized, a record up from 202 tons in 2019. There are about 2.2% of 15 to 34-year-olds, or 2.2 million of that age group, reporting use in last year through surveys. Wastewater analysis shows us that about 32 out of 58 cities saw an increase in cocaine residue detections between 2020 and 2021. When we look at our index trend for the purity of cocaine, we see that it's risen 40% above the baseline year of 2010, while the price remains relatively stable. All of this together indicates high availability of cocaine on the European market, and with this, we're also seeing increased signs of the spreading of the use of crack cocaine amongst vulnerable groups. But this is also being driven by economic deprivation and the availability of small, cheap crack cocaine doses. It is being seen mainly in people who are in vulnerable groups or experiencing marginalization. This includes people who have primary opioid dependence. There are about 7,000, an estimated 7,000 clients who've received treatment for crack cocaine in 2020 in Europe. And the concern here is that crack cocaine use is linked to high-frequency consumption of the drug, which can lead, in some cases, to rapid mental and physical deterioration and other social problems, including violence, gang-related violence, and financial problems. Drug consumption room clients in Lisbon and Paris are reporting that they are seeing increased dissolving of crack cocaine for injection. This is a concern as it brings elevated risks of HIV and the hepatitis C virus, as well as other problems. Similar dynamics at play in the methamphetamine area, where we see collaboration between European and Mexican organized crime groups aimed at producing large quantities of methamphetamine within Europe, primarily aimed at export to lucrative non-European markets. But there is concern that some of this production could leak onto European markets in the countries where it is produced or the countries that it transits through. Methamphetamine use remains low in Europe, but there are some signs that it could be diffusing to other countries. And in some of the countries where it's been traditionally concentrated, including Germany and Czechia, they do report that some of the methamphetamine that they are now seizing is of European origin, which is a concern. Harms related to methamphetamine include acute drug toxicity, psychotic episodes, polydrug use, and bloodborne viruses from injecting, as well as death. We saw a decline in drug net markets during the pandemic period as a result of increased and targeted policing activity, as well as exit scams by the operators of the markets where they've taken the money from the customers and vanished, but also delivery problems with increasing detection of drugs in packaging in postal and delivery services. A study we did shows us an indication of this, with their revenues dropping to €30,000 a day in 2021, down from $1 million a day in 2020. But we're seeing that social media and instant messaging apps, which have been used for retail-level drug dealing for quite some time, there's been escalation in the extent to which they're being used to fill that space by organized crime groups. Looking at injecting drug use, it is still declining, but it remains a serious concern. And we see that 22% of people who are first-time treatment clients with heroin as their primary drug reported injecting as the main route of use in 2020. And that's down from 35% in 2013. An important difference now is that we see a greater diversity of substances being injected. So we see opioids, heroin, but also amphetamines, cocaine, synthetic cathinones, prescribed opiate medications, and other medicines. Syringe residue analysis by the ESCAPE project shows us that out of 1,300 used syringes analysed between 2020 and 21 in 5 cities, half or more contained stimulants and a third or more contained 2 drugs. This is important because it indicates polydrug use, the use of more than one substance at the same time, or the reuse or sharing of injecting material. And this brings concern around the transmission of bloodborne viruses. In 2020, we had 563 new HIV diagnoses associated with injecting drug use. Half of those were diagnosed late when the immune system had already begun to be compromised by the virus, and this raises concerns about interruption to access to testing and linkage to care during the COVID-19 pandemic. And it comes at a time when we have a concern about access to treatment and harm reduction services generally. Only 4 reporting countries to the EMCDDA met the World Health Organization's targets in 2020 to distribute 200 syringes per person who injects drugs and have 40% of the population of high-risk opioid users in opioid agonist treatment in 2020. We estimate that the prevalence of high-risk opioid use is about 0.34% for the EU adult population, or about 1 million high-risk opioid users in 2020. And about half of this group, or 514,000 people, are accessing treatment. Considerable differences exist between countries in terms of the access and coverage of treatment. And in some countries, it's still inadequate in relation to estimated needs. And this is a concern because enrollment in opioid agonist treatment is an established protective factor against overdose and fatal overdose. And we can see that we have an estimated 5,800 fatal overdoses in the EU in 2020, giving us a mortality rate of 16.7 deaths per million. Polydrug toxicity, so the use of more than one substance at the same time, is the norm, with illicit opioids, other illicit drugs, medicines, and alcohol all appearing in the toxicology. But benzodiazepines are prominent in some countries as well, but opioids are present in about 3/4 of all drug-induced deaths. Internationally, we can see that developments in Afghanistan have clear implications for the European drug markets. It remains the world's largest producer of illicit opium and heroin, but now also large-scale ephedra-based methamphetamine production is being detected. After the withdrawal of NATO forces in August 2021, the Taliban have gained control of the country, and this has deepened the economic and humanitarian crisis. Traditionally, poverty and insecurity have been part of the driving factors related to the cultivation, production, and trafficking of drugs towards Europe. The Taliban have announced a ban on this in April 2022, but it could be quite difficult to enforce, especially in relation to ephedra, which grows wild all over the country. And there have been record seizures of methamphetamine being trafficked towards Europe from Afghanistan along established heroin routes, which raises concern about the potential increase in supply of this drug to EU drug markets. Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022 has triggered a major and ongoing humanitarian crisis and has added uncertainty to Europe's drug situation. We know that people accessing opioid agonist treatment will be a small group, but present amongst those seeking humanitarian refuge within the European Union when they come. And their priority needs are likely to include continuity of treatment, language services, and the provision of accommodation and social welfare supports. I'll conclude by just giving you a few of the headlines again, and I hope it's given you a flavour for the wider dimensions of the drugs problems that European countries experience. They're not all experienced to the same extent everywhere. Some of those are present in Ireland, others are not. But we can see that drug supply and use has bounced back after COVID-19 disruption. We can see increased digitalization of drug markets, probably accelerated during the COVID-19 pandemic period. We can see there's still innovation driving the high availability of a greater diversity of substances, and there is increased synthetic drug production. Large seizures continue, and new trafficking routes are emerging. Today, we see that drugs are everywhere, and almost everything with a psychoactive potential can be used as a drug. Everyone can be affected, whether directly or indirectly, and the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan and Ukraine also have the potential to impact on Europe's drug problems. The EU Drug Strategy and Action Plan 21 to 25 remains a key framework for the European Union, its member states, and its partner countries to take action against these problems. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Owen. Thank you, Owen, and I do appreciate you saved us a couple of minutes back as well, and I also appreciate there's a lot of detail in the presentation that is important in terms of trends at the European level, EU and European level. What we will do, just to help you in the Q&A, we'll arrange printout copies of those slides for each of the tables shortly, so you'll get them just to help you in some of the thinking for the questions and answers. Just one or two quick takeaways myself. As Owen described it, the bounce back from COVID is interesting in terms of what we're seeing. I do like the concept which Owen describes as everywhere, everything, everyone, which really summarises what we heard yesterday, and also the issue around the emerging policies related to cannabis. And then on the next slide, Owen was able to kind of articulate some of the risks associated with some of that, and that's going to be, I'm sure, core to some of our thinking as we move through as well. High availability of cocaine, and particularly the high risk factors associated with crack cocaine, and again in the vulnerable communities particularly, that came through once again. So look, there's and a growing use of polydrugs, 3 or more drugs, etc. So similar trends we're seeing in Ireland, but I think reinforced by some of the big issues in Owen's presentation. So thanks again, Owen, for that, and we have time for the Q&A. Okay, now, as you can see, we have online is Thomas Cato. Thomas, the Deputy Executive Secretary in the Pompidou Group for the Council of Europe. And Thomas is going to give us an interesting perspective which is emerging around a human rights approach on the issues related to drugs. Thomas, thank you for joining us. And just at the start, I'll just, you have 15 minutes, and we really appreciate your time, by the way. Really appreciate it. And if you can stick strictly to the 15 minutes, because we want to allow time to ensure people have time to deliberate and ask some questions back. And I know you'll be able to join us for the panel discussion, and we appreciate that. So 15 minutes, over to you, Thomas.
Good morning, Bela Cleart from Strasbourg. Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, esteemed colleagues. You have heard about the risks associated with narcotic drugs. You have heard how the international community since 1961, by adopting international regulations, has embarked on dealing with the risks, the public health risks to ensure healthier, safer societies. This was the aim of the international regulations, which actually took the drastic steps to schedule certain substances, as you know, and make them illegal for production, distribution, possession, and use. The criminal law is the ultimo ratio and therefore is a very strict measure to deal with risks. And we have now seen over the decades since the 1960s that not only have there been many positive efforts in seizing substances and raising awareness about the risks, but we have also seen that there have been many unintended adverse effects emerging. And these often come in situations when you try to secure public safety, public health and safety by repressive measures, because you tend to enter the sphere of human rights. And here is where I would like to allow me to share my screen so I can accompany my intervention with a few slides. I do expect this is working. Can I have a confirmation?
That's good. Yeah, you can go. Yeah, you can go into kind of
Is the
slide
share screen
mode.
working?
If you can go into slideshow mode, it would help. Just put the full slide, Thomas.
I have tried to. Is it the full slide?
That's
now?
perfect. That's perfect.
Excellent. Thank you. So, how come that human rights, which have always been at the heart of drug policy in terms of the tension I've mentioned between the rights of the individual and the need for public health and safety, how come that they have become more prominent recently? Because in the beginning, human rights was not an issue of debate. It was basically prohibition which was at the core of the debate. But for the past 20 years, human rights have gained more prominence. And actually the Pompidou Group of the Council of Europe, with its human rights-based mandate, has been pushing for this. But it was not until the United Nations General Assembly on Drugs in 2016 that it really was formalized as an issue of primary concern as importance by the global community. So how come that human rights all of a sudden gained this prominence? Well, first of all, there has been more awareness and understanding about the drug-related harms, not only in terms of the public health risks, but also we have seen the unintended consequences and harms the different repressive policies have created. Needless to say, just to give you one point, if you make one product illegal, it gives rise to illegal markets, organized crime, etc., etc., all the way down to the consequences of criminalizing behavior that entails consequences for societies and individuals alike. The second element, which I think is more important, is that the debate around drugs has become more widely reaching an informed population is because of the new media. We have a much more wider range of media, a much more wider range to engage in conversations. And this means civil society could engage in the dialogue much more widely and intensively. And last but not least, there has been more cost-benefit thinking emerging. We have been investing in supply reduction over the past 40 years, immense amounts of money, but at the same time, the world drug problem has not reduced. On the contrary, we have seen the figures of prevalence and production increasing. So for many policymakers, the question arises, was it still worth the investment, or do we have to rethink the cost, not only the cost of investing into supply reduction, but also the cost of the unintended consequences which this entails. In summary, this can be seen as the reason why the human rights debate has gained more prominence, not only amongst civil society organizations and activists, but also on the level of governments and policymakers. Now, when we speak about human rights, very briefly, what are we talking about when it comes to rights? There's a lot of talk about human rights, different understandings. Well, rights are entitlements to certain positive treatment or abstention from treatment towards you. What does this mean? We're speaking about concepts that can be either political, ethical, or legal. and they stem from political declarations. You're all probably familiar with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations, which is a political instrument. It is not legally binding in the sense that it gives the individual a legal claim which can be pursued in a court of law. And then you have international conventions that actually create rights and bind governments. These then, again, under national legislation, can also be more specified. You have certain countries who have human rights acts or Bill of Rights, which guarantee rights and specific procedures in a court of law. The key difference is between the political and ethically defined rights with the legal rights, that the legal rights give you a powerful tool actually to challenge treatment, which you have been given a negative sense in a court of law and seek remedy. Or on the other hand, if you are in need of a specific treatment, or if you are having an entitlement to pursue this in a court of law under legal proceedings. Now, while there's different ideas about human rights, what we can see from all international legal instruments, there is consensus, at least, about this list of rights. The right to life, the protection of human dignity, and the list you can see here is enshrined in many international legal instruments, and the European ones mirror the international ones. What are these rights I'm referring to now? What are their specific relevance, or what rights, human rights, are specifically relevant to drug policy? The first is the right to equitable access to healthcare. While there is no such thing as a right to health, that's the bad news, there is, however, a human right to equitable access to healthcare. Then there is the right to information about one's health, including the right not to be informed. There is the right to protection of personal data concerning health. There is the prohibition of medical treatment without consent, which is particularly important because we still see sometimes trend to discuss whether there should be compulsory work as a matter of treatment, imposable work as treatment. Then the prohibition of inhuman and degrading treatment, which is also referred to very often as the Council of Europe's Anti-Torture Convention. And of course, the prohibition of compulsory labor, which I've just referred to. These are all enshrined in legal instruments of the Council of Europe. They're binding conventions, and actually they constitute legally enforceable rights for the individual. And this is for everybody who is residing, not only a citizen, for everybody who is residing in a Council of Europe member state. Ireland, for instance, is a member of the Council of Europe, and therefore in Ireland, as well as in all our other 46 member states, these constitute legally enforceable rights. Just on the margins, I would like to also say that constantly human rights law is evolving. While the conventions enshrine specific articles, we have a European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, which is actually developing in the case law more detailed principles in addition to the articles in the convention. And one thing which has been recently emerging, a principle which is endorsed by the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, which I find particularly interesting, is that we have now something like a right for civil society participation. For those who are interested lawyers or legally minded, this right flows from two legally enshrined rights in the Convention, the right to freedom of speech and the right to freedom of assembly. These taken together have led to the newly emerged doctrine of civil society participation being right in the political process. Now, the legal principle about the human rights we're speaking about is that the human rights entailed in the conventions that are legally enforceable, they entail restrictions and positive obligations, not for citizens, but for governments. Basically means they create restrictions on what governments can do in the pursuit of their policy goals. Very clearly, for instance, we see this in criminal justice cases, the limitations of what can be done in terms of interrogation, the restrictions as to under what circumstances seizures and arrests can be made, etc., etc. And positive obligations, meaning when governments are obliged to act in the citizens' interest. The classic case here is the access to treatment, for instance, right? So human rights create rights not between one citizen vis-a-vis the other. It creates rights and entitlements towards governments. The challenge for the governments, however, in the pursuit of their policies, and this is where I started my intervention, is that on the one hand, you have to effectively guarantee the rights of the individual, but at the same time, you also have to ensure public health and safety. Public health and safety require sometimes instruments that lead to restriction of individual rights. This is the challenge what governments have to struggle with. It's cutting the balance between these two. Now, the answer to this, philosophically clearly, is very nice, that you have to cut a fair balance between the demands of the general interest of the community and the protection of the individual's fundamental rights. However, in practice, that is not always easy to handle. More precisely, to give you a couple of examples in a limited time, where in drug policy, the human rights matter particularly, the European Court of Human Rights has established 3 key principles in terms of availability and access to treatment, which particularly apply to people who use drugs or suffer from drug use related medical conditions. First of all policies must be proportionate, and next, the health system which must be available should be accessible, acceptable, and of sufficient quality. And the third principle in here is that the care in prison should be equivalent to the care made available to society in general. So basically means governments cannot say, for economic reasons, we'll have a scaled down healthcare system in the prisons. The principle established by the European Court of Human Rights is the same medical care which is available to the population must be made available to people in prison. The availability means the existence in sufficient quantity of healthcare services. The accessibility means the ability of people to benefit from services. The acceptability means that it's ethically appropriate and human rights compliant in the way you deliver and set up the services. And quality means that the services, the health services, are not arbitrary and that they are based on medical and scientific evidence and not based on political or budgetary expedience. So the principle of equivalence means detention is the punishment for the crime and not for the worsening of the health. And this is very important argument in terms of ensuring adequate healthcare in prisons, particularly for those who are suffering from drug use related pathologies. In the end, what are the political arguments that drive the human rights agenda? First of all, human rights violations lead to discrimination, which in turn to social exclusion, such as unemployment and marginalization. A lack of harm reduction actually leads to increased public health risks and individual consequences. If treatment is inadequate, we have severe comorbidities, relapse, and if we have disproportionate criminal justice responses, we are creating criminal careers and social outcasts. And if we don't listen to civil society, well, we will very often have inadequate responses that don't really meet the needs of the population and the target groups. And above all, if you don't observe human rights, what we see is you will suffer not only from increased human consequences, but also violation of human rights increases social and financial costs.
Thomas,
yes,
if I can ask you to...
Sorry, Thomas. Balanced approach.
Apologies, Thomas.
A balanced approach for a sustainable drug policy respectful of human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and apologies for jumping in towards the end, but you were finished, and thanks for that. Just a few takeaway comments before we pass to the tables. I think the interesting point I picked up at the start was the unintended consequences of some of the policies that you've spoke about that have been adopted, and some rethinking that's going on around those policies. The second one was the important to remind all of us that the human rights are enshrined in actually legal instruments that we might not always think of them as aspirations, but they are actually enshrined. And particularly as you brought us through the right of health, the right to health treatment, particularly for the issue that we're discussing here related to drugs and addiction. And it's, it is an equal right. And then the, some restrictions and positive obligations that you've described are actually obligations on government that we need to be conscious of as well. I think came through quite strong, and ultimately you said the fair balance has to be found in the middle of all of that. But look, thank you very much, Thomas. I'm pleased you're going to stay with us for a panel discussion. We're going to hand across the tables for the next 15 minutes to have a deliberation at your tables with your facilitators. And again, we'll go back to the same format for the questions posed from the tables. Is that okay? So thank you very much. Okay, folks, if I can ask the facilitators, we're going to open the questions. We're going to open the panel now. Everybody, if I can ask you to revert to your table, please. And we're going to kick straight off. Okay. Facilitators, please, can we get everybody back in action? Thank you. So we're joined back at the panel again. Thanks for Thomas first. Caroline, can we get going, please? We're joined back at the table. We're joined back at the panel with Thomas, and Owen is still here as well to handle your questions and answers. So like yesterday, thanks for loading up the questions straight away, folks. And I'm going to go straight in, and it's Maura on table 7. I think is a question related to human rights. Please. Just 1 second more, we get your mic.
Thank you. What are the consequences of breaching people's human rights regarding sufficient quality of health care related to helping people struggling with drug use?
Thomas, can I ask you maybe to make a comment? Did you hear the question okay?
No, actually, I had acoustically a problem. Could you please bring the question back to me? Relay the question once more.
Maybe if I revert, I can do it from here more if you're okay.
So, oh yes, that's
yeah.
fine.
What are the consequences of breaching people's human rights regarding sufficient quality of healthcare related to helping people struggling with drug use?
All right. So I understand the question goes into the direction what remedies and what legal consequences are there if there is a breach, right? Well,
sure.
First of all, you have, as I pointed out, you have the ability to seek legal remedy. As Ireland, for instance, to stay with your example, like any other member state of the Council of Europe, is obliged to implement the Convention on Human Rights and the case law of the court. It means you can, under your national jurisdiction, challenge any decision not to grant you treatment, or where you feel the treatment has been insufficient. You can challenge your health authorities in the national court. And if the decision by that very court is not in your favor, you can then challenge this decision directly as an individual at the European Court of Human Rights. The only prerequisite is that you have exhausted the national course of legal action first. And as a consequence, this can be, the court can render, can establish that there was insufficient medical care and a violation of the access to healthcare or quality of healthcare, which can result in civil damages to be paid, and making the government or making the authorities, giving them a legal obligation to actually change and provide you with that treatment.
Thank you, Thomas. I think Breda on table 10 has a nice, sharp, focused question that I'll put to Owen. So go ahead, Breda.
Hi, Owen. Lots of information you gave us. I just have a quick question. What is the ESCAPE project? You mentioned that at one point.
Yeah, the ESCAPE project, and I believe there's work going on to look into this type of analysis in Ireland. It's something that I believe they're considering for funding in the future. It's basically taking syringes that have been used to inject a drug by somebody, and they've been returned to a needle and syringe exchange program, which is an established harm reduction method to reduce bloodborne viruses and other issues, and also link people to testing and onto other services. And what they do is they analyze the contents of a selection of syringes to see what type of substances people are actually taking. So somebody might think they've taken an opioid, but they might not know exactly what type of opioid they've taken, or they might have taken a stimulant, and they might be unclear about what type of stimulant it is. It might be different, like I mentioned, synthetic catenones. They may not really realize that that's exactly what they've been sold. So the syringe residue analysis will show through laboratory examination what was actually present in the syringe, whether it was one drug, what was it, and a number of other drugs. So we can take away from this what's actually available on the drug market at a local level, because this is something that wouldn't be done nationally or regionally even. It would just be on a small scale in a sentinel location, probably in a large city in the relevant country, experiencing the worst parameters of the national drug problem. And it would then give you an insight into perhaps how services may need to think about responding to what's available on the drug market. That will be the purpose of doing that syringe exchange analysis. So it's not representative of the drug market of the whole. It's a sentinel, leading edge, almost real-time feel for what people are gaining access to.
Thank you, Owen. And Michael on table 12, I think will be a question for Thomas, if I can, Michael. Hopefully you can hear us, Thomas.
Thank you. My question is in relation to the 20% of inmates at this moment that are currently drug users. The question I have is, what percentage of that 20 to 22% were drug users prior to being incarcerated?
So Thomas, have you got the gist of that question? So the 20% figure, you had reference...
I've perfectly understood the question, but I cannot, I have no figures that I can provide you with. I'm very sorry.
Okay.
Maybe the colleagues from EMCDDA have figures on this, but we don't.
Okay. So you heard the question, but we don't know the answer, and that's okay too.
But what I can say is the following. We know that in the prison system, drugs very often are more readily available than outside the prison system. We keep hearing that. Secondly, yes, it is true. We have a lot of anecdotal evidence from cases that people have been initiated into drug use by the criminal networks inside the prison. And those people have not used drugs before, but they were coerced into drug use to become new customers. That is definitely a phenomenon which exists. I think it will be very hard to measure that statistically. What we are proposing, and we have in some countries made pilot projects, is that not only to have what is called drug-free wards in prisons, so to separate inmates who come into prison without prior drug use, not to mix them, but also that we establish therapeutic communities inside prisons, separate from other prison wards, where we actually offer exit strategies for those prisoners who would like to escape the continued, sometimes quasi-coerced supply on their addiction.
Thank you, Thomas. And we will, during the procedures, get some facts for the members around percentages of prisoners in Ireland in terms of drug use. So I know myself and Cathal had some discussion around that, and I think it might be significantly more than 20%, but we'll get some data on that. Can I just ask Brian on apologies. Firstly, Kerry on table 3 has an interesting question around some of the references made to Germany, Czechoslovakia and Malta and changing policies. Kerry on table 3.
Just there was a comment that there was going to be adjustments to existing policies. Dr. Quigley? You mentioned that I think Germany, Czechia and the Netherlands, I think, or some European countries were going to make adjustments to their policies around cannabis use, and just what those adjustments were, if you could comment a little bit further on that.
Yeah, so these 5 countries, like all EU member states, have cannabis policies and legislation, and at the moment there are proposals to look into how they might adjust their approach to cannabis, specifically recreational cannabis. What they might do is kind of a mix of 2 things. They may establish state-regulated supply, or they may allow some type of home growing as well, or one or the other. It tends to vary in the proposals across the countries. The most recent proposal has been in Czechia. They've just launched their latest National Drug Strategy Action Plan, and it contains a proposal to look into this. Malta has allowed it so far for some home growing. The rest of the countries, Luxembourg, Germany, Czechia, these are proposals at present, but they're evolving. If you look at the Netherlands, they're running an experiment about potentially operating a closed supply for cannabis coffee shops. So cannabis is de facto legalized in the Netherlands. You've probably heard of cannabis coffee shops. So it is criminal. It is not de jure, de facto legalization. So there are retail, but the production of the drug is what's referred to as the backdoor problem, because it still comes from the illegal market rather than from a regulated state supply. So that was identified as an issue by the Dutch government that they'd like to see addressed through an experiment which is currently running for the next few years, and it'll be monitored and evaluated in terms of the effects of how that might operate.
Thank you, Kerry. Thank you, Owen. And final question, and before we just, and I will ask Owen, just it'll be for Owen. It's from Brian on table 1, but if we can just give the summary responses to it, because I'm conscious we're coming to a break. So Brian on table 1, please.
Hi, Owen. Just a question for you. Have drug seizures had a meaningful impact on reducing supply in Europe? And what can be done to fill the gap when original supplies have been seized? And what is happening to the products that are being seized as well?
I'm not sure I understood the middle bit of the question.
So have drug seizures had a meaningful impact on reducing the supply in Europe? What can be done to fill the gap when original supplies have been seized? And also, what is happening with the supplies that are being seized?
I think the first thing that we have to do when we look at drug seizures is remind ourselves about what they tell us. So they can largely reflect policing priorities and resources. They're not really directly telling us exactly, how much maybe is being there. We might get a feeling for it, but there's an old adage that maybe 10% is seized. If you focus intensely on the trafficking, then you'll seize a lot more. So an example would be a present in the port of Antwerp, where there's a lot of cocaine being seized and detected by the police. That's largely a result of intensification of that. So if you look more, if you're financed, resourced more, you'll seize more. So is it effective? If you have the resources to go after it and you're seizing, yes, it's effective. It certainly is. The police do fantastic work and also dismantling production facilities. So it is a key part of the response is to interdict, to seize drugs that are being trafficked, and they bring a range of negative consequences. The last part of the question, I believe, is about what happens to the drugs. They're destroyed, so they will be incinerated usually. Was there a bit that I missed, or is that answering you?
We'll have to hold it at that for now. Can I just say that we were just coming to our break now? Just a couple of points to make. First of all, the questions that have come in from the tables are excellent. They really are of a high quality, so we don't do justice to them in this short space and time. As I said yesterday, what we will be providing are responses to each of the questions for you in the members folder, which some of them can take a few days to get or up to a week to get, because we have to go to the individual agencies responsible for the delivery of some of the service that you posed the question for. But we'll keep updating, if you like, as we get responses in for you to see them, because they really are getting to the core. And some of them mightn't have been for Thomas, Giovanna or for Owen, but they're getting to the core of some of the issues that you really want to get behind. So, we don't do justice to them here. We will get responses for you, and you will see them in the members' folders as we move on.
Could I just mention, we mentioned several times the members area of the website, which actually hasn't been launched yet, but early next week we'll send you out an email with details of how you can log in and start accessing resources.
Yeah, thanks. So just as you go to your break, I'm going to ask you again to continue to bear with us. If you get back 2 minutes before your 15-minute break, we'll play the video, and it is from Owen's organisation, the European Monitoring Centre for Drugs and Drug Addiction, and it's a 3.5 minute video that sets out some of the concepts that we've been talking about the last couple of days, and we can come back to it again later. Thank you. Forgot to thank Owen. take them with you, yeah, thanks. Okay, everybody, if you can take your seats, please. We're now on live broadcast, so everybody please at your seats. And what I said just before the break, we're going to play a very brief video which just sets out from the European Monitoring Centre for Drugs and Drug Addiction, a very brief video which helps to describe some of the concepts you've heard over the last few days. So we play it there, please.
Depenalisation, decriminalisation and legalisation. These terms are often used in the debate on how to control the supply and use of drugs. There's no universal agreement on these terms, but it's helpful to explore the different ideas behind them if we're to better understand their meaning. Let's start by considering that there are different possible levels of offences. They range from no offence all the way to a criminal offence, which is usually punished. These levels of offences may be separated into behaviours that are usually prohibited and behaviours that are usually permitted. The first term we'll look at is depenalisation. This is where something that was a criminal offence that was usually punished is changed to where it remains a criminal offence, but now there's a mechanism deciding that it's usually no longer punished. The case may be closed or suspended, it may be considered minor, or it may be decided that it's not in the public interest to prosecute. Then we have the term decriminalisation. This is usually used where the status of an offence is reclassified from criminal to non-criminal within a country's legal framework. It's still an offence, it's still prohibited behaviour, which will be stopped by the police and punished, but it's no longer considered criminal. A simple example of this status is a parking ticket. Bad parking is an offence, which is prohibited and punished, but it may not be considered criminal. Both depenalisation and decriminalisation refer to changes in legal status and are often used to describe possible options for changing a country's response to offences related to drug use. The third term, often used for changes in drug laws, is legalisation. We apply this term to the supply of drugs, and we use it to describe a move from a prohibited behaviour, whether criminal or not, to a permitted behaviour. Legalised supply may not be an offence in defined circumstances. We call this regulation, and in Europe that's the case for alcohol and tobacco, where there are specific rules to regulate supply, such as an age limit for buyers and a licence for sellers. If there are no specific rules on limits to supply, we're talking about a free market. This is, for example, the case for selling goods such as coffee, although general rules for consumer products will still apply. The important thing about an act of legalisation is that it crosses the line from prohibited to permitted behaviour, which depenalisation and decriminalisation do not do.
Thank you. Again, that video is just to dig a little bit deeper in some of the terminology. I appreciate it doesn't explain, and there can still be much more work, fully explain, there's much more work we'll have to do together around some of those concepts and terms, and we will as we move through. But I think it's a useful video of showing it. Thank you again for being promptly back. We're now into our next session, which is going to look at some of government policies led by the departments, and also some of the statutory providers of the various services here. So I'm glad that we're joined on our panel just now to introduce them all in advance. Firstly, Siobhan McCardle, who's the Assistant Secretary in the Department of Health with responsibility in this area and others as well. Professor Eamon Keenan, who's National Clinical Lead for the HSE related to addiction services. Assistant Commissioner Justin Kelly, who's organising serious crimes within the An Garda Síochána. And Ben Ryan, who's Assistant Secretary in Criminal Justice Policy in the Department of Justice. Now again, I know this is a very short time for all the presenters, 10 minutes each, because this is really big policy stuff and big service delivery stuff. And in a way, we won't do excuse the pun, we won't do justice to all of the presenters and the detail that they want to present to us. But again, we will be going deeper on various aspects of all of this again. First session this weekend is to give you a broad brush across a lot of areas. So again, I'll ask the presenters to really work with me, which they've all done to date, which is just to really manage the 10 minutes time, and we will give you a 1 minute warning before the podium self-explodes and time is up. So first, if I can call on Siobhan McCardle, Assistant Secretary, Department of Health, please.
Well, good morning, everyone. As introduced by Paul, I'm Siobhan McCardle, Assistant Secretary in the Department of Health, with responsibility for drugs policy, among other policy briefs. I really welcome the establishment of the Citizens' Assembly on Drug Use. It's a privilege as a policymaker to participate in this topic of drug use that has been chosen for the Citizens' Assembly. My brief is to outline for you the dynamic policy approach to drug use in Ireland and to highlight the new priorities we have for the National Drug Strategy. The Department of Health has an open and inclusive approach to drugs policy. We have a strong tradition of involving people who use drugs, their families and communities, and civil societal organisations in the policy-making process. I want to acknowledge the powerful testimony on the lived experience of drug use at yesterday's session. Many of those who spoke are actively participating in the development and implementation of drugs policy. I very much look forward to the recommendations of the Citizens' Assembly on the future direction of drugs policy in Ireland. Drugs policy and drugs use is a societal issue, one that affects all members of society, whether directly or indirectly, and imposes very significant social and financial costs. I want to briefly present some statistics which will show the societal impact. In 2020, 7% of the population used drugs in that past year. This is equivalent to 290,000 people aged 15 years or more. It's a snapshot of drug use in one particular year, and it does not reflect actually the frequency of drug use. In 2021, the most recent full-year treatment figures for that period show that there were 4,206 new presentations for drug treatment, up from 3,802 in the previous year. Sadly, Ireland has had 235 drug-induced deaths among adults in 2017. The trends in drug-induced deaths since 2011 are stable, but with a slight increase of about 4% in that period. In 2021, health expenditure on drug use was €145 million. This expenditure includes funding spent by the Department of Health, HSE services, community-based services, and the Health Research Board. This figure does not include additional funding for drug services in recent budgets, which amount to an increase of approximately €20 million. It is estimated that there is a societal impact or cost of drug use equivalent to €650 million. This includes costs to hospitals, prisons, the criminal justice system, and addressing the medical and legal consequences of drug use, along with the productivity losses associated with drug use. I want to outline for you the policy response to drug use as set out in our National Drug Strategy, Reducing Harm, Supporting Recovery. The National Drug Strategy sets out a health-led approach to drug use. The strategy is cross-cutting policy involving the input of the statutory and community and voluntary sectors in order to provide a coordinated response to drug use. The strategy was informed by the views of over 3,000 individuals and organisations. It is overseen by a National Oversight Committee involving government departments, state agencies and civil society, and it is led by the Minister of State, currently Minister Napton. The national strategy is also supported by international cooperation, including the EU Drug Strategy and Action Plan and the British-Irish Council Work Sector on Drugs and Alcohol. There are a number of key principles underpinning a health-led approach to drug use. principles including person-centred care, and the strategy sets out a person-centred care approach to drug use, with addiction treated first and foremost as a health issue. Compassion is very central to the work we do. We need to meet people where they are and develop integrated care pathways for high-risk drug users, including people who are homeless, offenders, and injecting drug users, in order to achieve better health outcomes. This requires integrated care pathways to deliver the best outcomes for people that connect care settings between GPs, primary and community care providers, community specialist teams, and hospital-based specialists. It is vital also that we understand and incorporate the social determinants of drug use, understanding that there are underlying social and economic determinants that increase the prevalence of problematic drug and alcohol use in certain communities. These issues require action across government to promote community development and community safety. Partnership is a central tenet, requiring input and commitment from a wide array of government departments, state agencies, and members of civil society in order to achieve these goals. Evidence is really important, as presented in the earlier session. Our strategy is informed by national and international evidence and good practice. It takes into account the views of an expert panel chaired by Paul Griffiths from the European Drugs Agency. The policy itself was launched in 2017 and covers the years 2017 to 2025. We conducted a mid-year review in 2021 to ensure that we could assess and monitor the progress in delivering the 60 actions in the first phase of the strategy. This review is available online, and we'll share that link with colleagues here. The review found significant progress had been made on the majority of actions. Also, from the review, we identified 6 strategic priorities for the remaining period of the strategy. And these are set out here. And each of these has associated actions, and I'm just going to highlight some of the key actions through the next few slides. So one of the key strategic priorities is to focus on the prevention of drug use and harms among children and young people. Prevention and education of drug use among younger people is a key pillar. The Department of Health has made a 1.5 million allocation for a 3-year drug and alcohol prevention and education programme. It aims to strengthen the prevention of drug and alcohol use and the related harm among children and young people, focusing on a range of different settings. This programme will utilise evidence on best practice throughout Europe, which will help to professionalise drug prevention practice in Ireland. Another key strategic objective is to improve access to drug services in the community. In 2022, the Department of Health and the HSE provided over €30 million of funding to 280 community-based drug and alcohol projects through the local and regional drug and alcohol task forces. This supports the implementation of the drug strategy, and an additional funding over the last year was provided to address a number of specific targeted actions within that. For instance, in 2022, €850,000 was allocated for a HSE-led initiative to reduce the harms of cocaine and crack cocaine. Drugs do not impact on all people and communities in the same way. The National Drug Strategy recognises that the impact of drug use is greater in disadvantaged communities. To address this pattern, the Department supports a network of drug and alcohol task forces to prioritise the impact of drug use in these disadvantaged communities. There is also a strong overlap between homelessness among single people and drug use, and our strategy aims to address this. Key element in the strategy is to take a holistic approach to recovery. Recovery is an essential part of drugs policy. This means recognising that people affected by drugs have complex health and social needs that require a sustained and comprehensive response. It also includes action to address the social determinants of drug use. Okay. And one of the other elements that my colleagues Eamon and Ben will focus on is our diversion to health services. So our Irish model focuses on a health diversion pathway, a health-led, a health-led approach for people in possession of drugs for personal use. And just finally, we also focus on the public health legal framework for drug use. So the Misuse of Drugs Act is used as a framework to establish a system of control on certain drugs to protect the public from dangerous or potentially dangerous and harmful substances. The Act has been updated in subsequent years to address issues like the Medical Cannabis Access Programme and the Supervised Injection Facility, which is being currently established. And I think I'm out of time now.
Thank you, Siobhan. Really good.
So
Thank you very much. And thanks, Siobhan. Just for everybody, we will have copies of the presentation circulate around, and again, loaded for yourselves on the site during the week. Just two quick comments on Siobhan's, which did summarise, I think, quite concisely the key principles and the priorities of the actual policy that's in place at the moment. And it's important that everybody gets a chance to just review those in a little bit of detail. And secondly, an interesting figure, which is the increase in drug-induced deaths of 4%. You know, any extra death is sad, so that's a significant issue for us that we will need to look at drug-induced deaths as well. So if we can, okay, straight away, Eamon, off you go. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Paul, and good morning, everybody. My name is Eamon Keenan, and I am the HSE Clinical Lead for Addiction Services. My background is in psychiatry, and specifically psychiatry in relation to substance use. So I'm going to give you a whistle-stop tour of how services in Ireland for addiction have developed. I'm going to look at the three main substances that we treat, which are heroin, cocaine and cannabis, and then I'm going to give you an overview of a couple of health initiatives that we've been involved in. So I think it's important, first of all, to realise how the problem developed in relation to heroin in Ireland. We saw in the 1970s, we saw very few people presenting to our services associated with heroin use. But we did use methadone, which is the replacement treatment for heroin, as early as 1971. So what happened then in 1981 is we had what was called the Dublin opioid epidemic, where we saw a significant increase in the number of young people presenting to the drug treatment centre in Jervis Street with heroin problems. As you can see from that slide, we went from 54 people with a heroin problem in 1979 to over 1,000 in 1983. So the state's response at that time was, we've got to get all these people off drugs, we're going to detox everybody and get everybody abstinent. And you see the figures started to drop. However, there was a huge health consequence associated with this. There was a huge number of people identified as having hepatitis B associated with injecting. And at that time, 93% of people who presented were injecting heroin. So this was a real health crisis. And as I say, detoxification was what we looked at. Then in 1985, HIV became an issue, and we suddenly started testing for HIV, and about 20%, or 1 in 5 people presenting with heroin-related problems were HIV positive. So that's whenever we started to use methadone treatment as a substitution therapy, usually at moderate doses, and we moved away from the detoxification because this did not seem to be impacting on the rates of HIV. So the Eastern Health Board at the time established methadone maintenance treatment as a public health response because this had proven efficacy in reducing HIV rates. Also communities, there was a shift in communities. Communities were now devastated by young people dying associated with drug use, and so this support for harm reduction happened, and in the 1990s we developed a harm reduction intervention. We also had the Rabbit Report, Pat Rabbit, in 1996, whereby task forces were established in those communities of most need, and those comprised statutory, community and voluntary agencies in that area working together. So just to mention harm reduction, it's a sort of pragmatic response to drug use. You heard some UN ODC talking about it this morning, and it focuses on the harmful consequences of drug use. It accepts that there's alternatives to abstinence, so not everybody's going to be successful, so things like needle exchange, methadone maintenance and supervised injecting. So it's a sort of a pragmatic response. We introduced the methadone protocol, so now that anybody in receipt of methadone for heroin treatment is recorded on a central register. They're given a treatment card and a special prescription. And only trained GPs and pharmacists are allowed to treat people with heroin dependence. So today, from an Irish perspective, it's identified that we have just less than 20,000 problematic opioid users, but almost 11,500 of those are on replacement therapy, either methadone or buprenorphine. And we deliver that service via HSE clinics, community GPs, and community pharmacies. At the end of March of this year, we had 94 clinics across the country, and then we had 278 level 1 GPs, 89 level 2 GPs, and 748 community pharmacies providing this treatment. So for all of you, your own community pharmacy may well be providing methadone treatment. And these services are developed in conjunction with drug and alcohol task forces, both local and regional. So what's happened then is that we've seen a HIV rate significantly decrease, particularly among young people. From a very high rate in 2000, that's come down to, it's quite rare now for us to see somebody presenting with HIV. We've also seen a declining problem associated with young people, and that's to be welcomed. So what is generating the problems now? Well, what we're seeing amongst young people under the age of 25 is that 42% of them are presenting to services for cannabis and 22% for cocaine. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about those substances. From an Irish point of view, our rates of cocaine use are increasing across all age groups. And you see 2.3% in 2019, up from 1.1%. We've seen a significant increase in females, in young females, and that's a concern for us, and that's to be identified. And crack cocaine has emerged as a problem in disadvantaged communities. Those are the cocaine poisoning deaths, and if you see, that sort of mirrors the recession and economic situation. At the time of the Celtic Tiger, we saw a lot of cocaine use, a lot of deaths. That dropped off, and now it's increasing up again. And that increase is identified in this slide, where we've had a tripling of people presenting for cocaine treatment in the last 6 years. It's worth noting that 34% of those people are employed. In relation to cannabis, you just need to be aware about some of the developments around cannabis. Cannabis is not the same as it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. The potency is increasing, and the sort of psychoactive component, THC, has increased. And CBD, which is sort of a balancing chemical within cannabis, that it relieves anxiety, it sort of balances those psychotic features, which would be a problem with THC, has come down. So we're seeing now people are taking it more for the psychoactive effect, but they're also seeing more side effects associated with it, particularly mental health problems associated with it. And we've also seen these new cannabis products. We have cannabis edibles, vapes and syrup, which have been identified. And earlier this year, we put out a risk communication in relation to these cannabis edibles, whereby people are taking jellies which are infused with either cannabis or synthetic cannabinoids, which have caused hospitalizations in this country. And the mental health problems are often the reasons for that attendance. This slide just shows the increase in hospital admissions for cannabis and cocaine-related problems over the last 20 years. And you see there's been a sort of steady increase. And this year we're delighted that we have a dual diagnosis clinical programme starting in the HSE in 2 pilot sites in Limerick, Cork, and 3 pilot sites in Limerick, Cork, and CH09 North Dublin, which will look at some of these issues associated with drug use and mental health problems. You've heard a lot about new psychoactive substances, 41 new psychoactive substances, and the ones to worry about are the cathinones and the cannabinoids. So for health diversion, from a health diversion, this was recommended by a working group in 2019, and it's for people who are caught in possession of any drug for personal use. So the possession will remain a criminal offence, but the response to this will change. In that, in the first instance, the individual will be referred by the police, by An Garda Síochána, to the health services for a screening and brief intervention, and there'll be no conviction. If they're caught again, there will be an adult caution applied, and again, no conviction. And it's only on a third occasion when somebody would enter the criminal justice system. We're progressing this engagement with the Department of Health, Justice and the Garda Síochána, and we have our structures in place to allow this to happen. We have a SARE practitioner or somebody who will be in each area to carry out a brief intervention and onward referral for treatment if necessary. But we do need legislative process to allow this to happen. But we're ready to go from a health perspective. Just wanted to mention one other initiative, which between ourselves and Garda Síochána that people may have heard about in terms of drug monitoring. We held a pilot back-of-house drug monitoring programme, an electric picnic last year, whereby we analysed substances that were discarded at the event, and then we did identify a very high strength or high potency MDMA or ecstasy tablet, and we were able to put that information out at the festival on the screens at either side of the main stage. And this had a real impact in relation to people's trust in relation to the HSE and the drug monitoring, and in relation to the Guards, and the ideas that the Guards and the HSE were working to promote a health initiative and safety of people who are attending the event. So the key points then, just to finish on, our opioid problem is stabilising, but our population is growing older. Population on treatment is growing older, and that has medical complications associated with that. So they still need a lot of care and a lot of support. Cocaine and cannabis presentations are increasing, and that could be associated with the increasing potency of both substances that you've heard about before. The mental health impacts and the problem drug use amongst young people is a concern, and that includes these new psychoactive substances. Our emphasis is now very much on a health-led approach, where drug monitoring is a key element to inform our harm reduction responses and service development. So we have the drug monitoring at Electric Picnic. We're rolling that out to 3 festivals this year. We have syringe analysis. We have wastewater, which we'll be producing a report later this year. So we're looking at all these indicators to allow us to be able to respond in real time to substance use. Prevention needs to be prioritised, and the Department of Health have recently put out a call for a number of prevention initiatives, which is very much welcomed. Recovery. Recovery is something maybe that we need to look at, and there was some talk about that yesterday at the fireside chat. So they should be at the core of all of our strategies. But this is not just a health response. This has to be implemented across all of government departments, housing, education, employment, and integrated into a whole of society response in relation to drug use. And finally, it would be remiss of me not to put in the importance of sustained investment, and I hope people are listening to that, in relation to the health services, which will include the community-based services and also our residential services. We do have a number of residential services that we operate in conjunction with the community, and I think we need to strengthen those aspects, and we need investment for that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Eamon. And again, an excellent presentation with a lot of detail that I've no doubt with Eamon we'll be coming back to. And just to say, my own experience of Eamon has been a tremendous professional and personal commitment to this whole issue of drugs and drug addiction, and certainly proven to be a great innovator in his thinking about how to address some of the issues of recovery and addiction as well. So thanks to Eamon. And certainly 1 or 2 points that would just draw out for further thinking for all of us again. Again, the change in substance use, which we saw on other presentations yesterday, but particularly in young people, Eamon has highlighted the issues around cocaine and crack cocaine in particular, and particularly in vulnerable communities again. The use of cannabis, increasing use of cannabis, side effects, and the mental health issues that Eamon has brought through quite strong there, that we need to always have at the forefront of our thinking, and the kind of innovation again that Eamon and the health system overall are bringing to the issues of dual diagnosis and health diversion and many other initiatives. So thanks, Eamon, again for that. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to go straight over to Ben, please. Straight in.
Thanks very much, Paul. Given that the others stuck very rigidly to their time, I'm under pressure now. My name is Ben Ryan. I'm Head of Criminal Justice Policy in the Department of Justice. So thanks to everyone for giving up their time to participate in this process. It's a really important issue to be discussed, and thanks to Paul and Carl for inviting me out to talk about it. My responsibility then is a broad remit. It's all criminal justice policy matters. It covers everything from public order, antisocial behaviour, individual drug use, all the way up to serious organised criminal gangs and trying to combat them. So just for those of you who may not be familiar with government policy making, it isn't a fixed issue. We don't go in and say, this is our policy and this will remain our policy forever. It continuously evolves. We talk to all sectors of society. We try and when we listen as well, we try and build up expertise from people's experience. So, when we're talking about drugs policy, we'll always talk to people with experience of addiction or just experience of growing up in communities where there was a lot of drugs around them. And then from our point of view, there isn't a kind of a single civil servant view that goes in, and that's how all civil servants think. We all bring our own perspectives. Some of us grew up in those kind of areas. Some of us have family members who have addiction issues. We were all teenagers and young adults once as well. So we bring all those kind of perspectives into our policy making as well. So just to kind of make it clear that we don't get a kind of a civil service mindset, that everyone has the same ideas when we go in. So our role, Siobhan and Eamon have set out the health side of it. So we work very closely with the Department of Health on the National Drug Strategy and policy and legislation around that. So Misuse of Drugs Act is health legislation, but our department has a very significant role in relation to it as well. We work very closely with them. We're a member of the National Oversight Committee, which monitors the implementation of the strategy, of the strategic implementation groups, which are beneath that as well. And we're on the Drug-Related Intimidation and Violence Task Force as well. So we determine policy and legislation more generally to enable An Garda Síochána to tackle organised criminal groups. So there's a lot of acronyms there. I can elaborate on any of them if anyone needs me to afterwards in the Q&A. We work with other criminal justice agencies as well, so it's not just the Guards. We work with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Forensic Science Ireland have a key role in terms of testing drugs, the court service in terms of prosecuting, in terms of hearing cases that are being prosecuted and so on. So we work with all those criminal justice agencies to identify effective mechanisms to combat harm and to ensure safety. I mean, that's what we're about. We're not here to try and penalise people for making mistakes in their teens or early 20s. We're there to try and ensure safety and combat harm. I just want to reference, I'll go into this in a bit of detail. There was a working group that was set up, Siobhan and Eamon both alluded to it as well. It's chaired by retired Judge Garrett Sheehan, and we looked at examining approaches to personal possession of small amounts of drugs back in 2019, and we're still working on trying to implement some of the recommendations from that report. But I think it's very relevant to your deliberations, and if you get a chance, I'd encourage you all to take a look at it. So it included both Department of Justice and Department of Health, included the HSE, An Garda Síochána, the Office of the DPP, various academics, and there were people with lived experience of addiction as well who are members of the group too. We looked at various other jurisdictions, what they're doing, how things have evolved in those jurisdictions. I'll go into that in a bit more detail in a later slide. But in particular, we examined the health-led approach and alternatives to prosecution. And I think that ties in with the video that you saw at the start of this session, where we looked at depenalisation, decriminalisation, legalisation, and where we are at the moment is very much in the depenalisation area, and I'll expand on that now shortly. So Siobhan and Eamon both mentioned the increased use of adult caution. So we do have this adult caution system where you don't end up in the criminal justice system for a first offence in relation to drug possession offences. It's potentially available for all drugs. At the moment, it's only rolled out for cannabis, but there is scope there to roll it out for other drugs too, and we're working with An Garda Síochána and the Office of the DPP in relation to that. In addition then, there's the health diversion approach. Eamon set it out in a bit of detail. I won't go into too much detail again here, but we were trying to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act to facilitate it. That became too complex, so now we're looking at a Criminal Justice Act, our own legislation rather than health legislation, to try and bring that forward, and that has advanced significantly over the last number of months. Other recommendations that came out of the Sheehan Group were to set out clear referral pathways to people who are seeking help for drug problems, to ensure there was better resource services, to have harm awareness campaigns at a national level, and to have improved data collection and evaluation. And all of those have been implemented to some degree and are continuing to be rolled out. There were, if you see the reports, not everything was universally agreed by all members of the working group, so there were a couple of recommendations there. One was around removing prison completely as a punishment option, and there wasn't universal agreement on that, and also in reducing the spent conviction period. So that's the amount of time after a conviction that you have to declare it for various forms for employment or travel or so on. Reducing that from 7 years down to 3 years. There wasn't universal agreement on that, but there's also other work going on in that area that I'll come to shortly. the main reason why there wasn't universal agreement on that, there were various unintended consequences that certain members of the group had concerns about. So, as I've said, some of these initiatives have been progressed since the Sheehan Group finished its work. So the Adult Caution Scheme, as I said, has been rolled out for cannabis, and we're looking at further expansion. The health diversion model, we have done a lot of work to provide for it in law, and that will be included in forthcoming legislation. Two other initiatives then, one on youth diversion. So if you're under 18, anyone who's arrested and for a crime in relation to who's a minor will have to be considered for youth diversion first and foremost before any other criminal justice activity. So you can be diverted, and huge numbers of people, the majority of young people who are, particularly for drug possession, will be diverted and will not end up in the criminal justice system. We're currently working on a scheme for 18 to 24-year-olds as well to try and mirror a similar scheme, although the same factors that help to steer people who are 18 to 24 away from drugs or other minor crimes aren't the same for under 18, so we obviously have to modify a bit, but we're working on that, and we hope to have a version of that ready by the end of the year. And then there's rehabilitative periods bill, so that's spent convictions essentially. That's a bill Senator Lynn Ruane has brought forward, and it's progressed through the Seanad, and it's going to go through the Dáil shortly, and we're working very closely with Senator Ruane on that to try and advance it, to try and implement that Sheehan recommendation that was mentioned in the previous slide. We looked at other international approaches. You know, we particularly looked at the Portuguese model because we could see a lot of good in that, and we wanted to see whether it could work in an Irish context. We had a lot of presenters who came into the Sheehan Group around that. There were a huge number of positives in it, but it isn't possible to operate it in the same way here. They have a different legal system, a civil codified law, whereas we have the common law, which is all about judicial precedents and so on. If we effectively try to keep it as a criminal offence, but not have the kind of criminal penalties that potentially could accrue, we would essentially, it would be a legalisation approach rather than a decriminalisation approach, just by the nature of our legal system here. There are other unintended consequences as well. We spoke to a few US states who have brought in legalisation just to see what their experience was. They have seen an increase in drug tourism, so people coming to those states from other states to avail of drugs. Increased drug driving, various other crimes are on the increase as well. And there is still a large illicit market, and that's the thing to remember. Despite the fact that it's legalised in those states, there are still organised criminal gangs supplying drugs into the markets in those areas. If you look across the EU, the Netherlands has always been famous for having the most liberal approach, but they're rowing back, they're putting in all sorts of additional measures. Now, since I did these slides, I read about Germany and what's happening in Germany. So Germany are actually moving towards a more liberal model. So we'll be in discussion with our German colleagues to try and see how that pans out and see if there's any learnings we can take from that, because we do continuously evolve our policies. But it is difficult not having a unified EU position on this. However, even if there was a unified EU position on this, we now have a land border with a non-EU country. So if we were to move the same way as the EU, there would be huge issues around border and cross-border smuggling and a difference in regimes there. So it's never simple or straightforward, unfortunately. So basically, we looked at various different approaches. We're still open to looking at them, so we want to just make sure that everyone's aware of that. We haven't closed our minds to any possibilities here. On decriminalisation, there are clearly a number of benefits. There are benefits to the individuals themselves for not having to go through the criminal justice system. There's a lot of benefits to the criminal justice system that we don't tie up so many resources in relatively minor issues. But if we brought in decriminalisation for a certain quantity up to a certain amount, organised criminal gangs would adapt. Dealers would then carry just under that amount. They would use more vulnerable people, exploit them to be the dealers for them. And we saw this in various other policy changes that we made. Say, for example, in mandatory minimum sentences for possession of drugs. The senior dealers used to bring the drugs through themselves because they didn't trust anyone else to do it. Then when we brought in the mandatory sentences, they got vulnerable people with addiction issues to bring through the drugs for them, and they didn't care if they got caught. They were expendable. So we have to just be aware that there are people who are making a lot of money out of this, and they're going to try and adapt. The power to search individuals would be diminished as well. So if the guards are concerned that there's dealing going on in a particular area, they would have to only search the people that they were very confident were involved in possession with intent to supply. So that would make it more difficult. So it would effectively be legalisation in an Irish context. So looking at legalisation, I suppose the main benefit of legalisation would be that the state, rather than organised criminal gangs, would receive the revenue generated from this. But that's not the reality, unfortunately, from what we've seen where it happens. The gangs still remain involved in supply. they either bully the people who are supplying to ensure that they're a silent partner in it and that that they have to be involved, and then still sell illegally as well, because there is still a market for the illegal trade in even states where we've seen that they have legalized. So there are knock-on problems, as I said. Other crimes increase, drug driving. There are violent crimes caused by psychosis and so on that also increase. So that's essentially where we are. Hopefully I didn't stray too far
You got
over.
in just before the trigger. Well done,
great.
absolutely.
Thanks very much.
Excuse the
Thank
pun
you.
again. And thanks, Ben, for a really good presentation. And again, the types of issues that we're going to have to give a lot more time to. Ben has referenced the Sheehan report and the Sheehan Group report. So I think that's something in particular we should get to, because there's a lot of public debate and discourse around Portugal and other countries that Ben has just mentioned. We would have to help the members get to a really good understanding of what was in that report, where it's at, what are the legislative changes that Ben has just outlined would be needed to enact that. So we should understand where we are at and where we want to get to, as well as other countries where they're at as well. So thanks for that, Ben, and also the unintended consequences of any changes in decriminalisation and legalisation. So I think it's the core of a lot of what we'll have to look at. Thanks, Ben, and I'm going to pass across to Assistant Commissioner Justin Kelly, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honour to be here today to represent An Garda Síochána and to address you. As the Chair said, my name is Justin Kelly and I'm an Assistant Commissioner in An Garda Síochána, and my responsibility is around tackling organised and serious crime. I've been in An Garda Síochána over 31 years, and I've worked in the drug area at a number of different levels, from street supply in the 1990s to my current role, which much of the focus is on partnership with international law enforcement agencies. I've been asked to speak to you today about our organisation's drug strategies. Firstly, it's important to say that An Garda Síochána is a community-based police force, and our mission is simple. It is to keep people safe and to protect the vulnerable. An Garda Síochána is your police force, and we enforce the laws enacted by the Oireachtas on your behalf. The function of An Garda Síochána is set out in Section 7 of the Garda Síochána Act 2005, which is to provide policing and security services to the state. We are committed to upholding the law, which of course is one of the key bases for democracy. However, An Garda Síochána must prudently apply the law in a manner which is ethical and fair to all. An Garda Síochána is fully supportive of our country's health-led national drug strategy, and we work closely with our partners in health and other criminal justice partners to reduce harm and ensure safety. The law enforcement focus of An Garda Síochána is not on the prosecution of those addicted to controlled drugs, but on disrupting drug trafficking supply lines into this country and dismantling organised criminal groups behind these. At the forefront of this work is our Drugs and Organised Crime Bureau, known as DOCB. DOCB undertake intelligence-led operations which lead to seizures of substantial amounts of drugs, firearms and cash. We also mount what are known as threat-to-life operations, which essentially prevent criminal gangs committing murders. As you will see, in the last 8 years, we have seized more than 335 million euros worth of controlled drugs, preventing those drugs reaching our communities and causing harm. We have also seized 147 firearms, which would have been used to murder, maim, and intimidate members of our communities. We also have importantly deprived criminal gangs of over 28 million euros in cash. This is the profit of drugs supply, and this money would have been reinvested into drug supply and into other forms of criminality. Since 2016, our organisation has convicted over 80 people for feud-related activity for a range of offences, including murder, firearms, drug trafficking, and money laundering. We also are keenly, one of our keen aims is to deprive and deny people access to assets that they get from illegal activity. And you all know the work of CAB. We also have a network of local drugs units in every part of the country who focus on localised and street-level supply. We also coordinate all our activities under what is known as Operation Tara. Drug supply, as you will all know, is international in nature. Much of the drug supply in our country is controlled by criminals who do not live here and who in fact reside in other continents. A straightforward way to look at supply is to look at it at 4 different levels. And as you can see here, the first level we can say is global or international. This involves the actual drug production and its international movement. The criminal gangs at this level are powerful and have substantial resources and influence. The second level is national or middle market. Here in Ireland, we have groups involved in the importation of significant amounts of controlled drugs and the wholesale distribution of them around our country. The third level is local or street level. People at this level are the ones who actually put the drugs into the user's hands. Finally, of course, we have the user of the drugs. As you can see, there is a direct link between those who use drugs and the criminal gangs who use extreme violence to enforce their business models. Drug trafficking is a priority at European and international level. We know 40% of criminal networks in the EU are involved in drug trafficking, and 60% of criminal networks use violence. For us in An Garda Síochána, it is vital that we have international partnerships to disrupt the transnational groups. As our Commissioner Drew Harris recently said, it takes a network to defeat a network. And Garda Síochána is involved in many policing operations with our colleagues abroad, as well as with our partners here in Ireland, the Naval Services, Customs and Revenue. We now also have a network of Garda officers around the world, from Bogota in Colombia to Dubai, to further our drugs enforcement activities. Many problematic drug users commit crime to fuel their addictions, and An Garda Síochána deal with these on a daily basis. Offences range from simple theft all the way to murder. An Garda Síochána is often at the forefront of supporting families affected by drug abuse. One particularly challenging area for us is that of drugs-related intimidation, where drugs deaths are levied against family members. An Garda Síochána are willing and supportive partners in a number of initiatives designed to prevent drug harms, and you've heard about some of them already. For example, the Early Warning Emerging Trends Committee, the adult cautioning around the possession of cannabis, the festival back-of-house monitoring programs, which Eamon mentioned, and the proposed supervised injecting facilities. And Garda Síochána, as I have said at the start, are supportive of the current health-led approach to drugs. It is important to know that in our criminal justice system, it is extremely rare for anyone to be imprisoned for the simple possession of drugs alone. If I could give an example to illustrate this, I recently spoke to a colleague who worked for 11 years in one of the busiest courts in the country, dealing with thousands of cases. In that 11 years, that member of An Garda Síochána never saw one person convicted for simple possession of drugs. It is also important to know that An Garda Síochána have a long history in diverting people away from the criminal justice system. Reference was made earlier from Ben to our juvenile liaison scheme, which every year diverts thousands of people away from the criminal justice system. Our adult cautioning scheme is available for a range of offences, for offences such as minor assaults, criminal damage and theft, and that also diverts people away from the criminal justice system. In 2020, it was extended to cover cannabis, and as Ben has also mentioned to you, there are discussions around extending that now again to other controlled drugs. Ireland is third on the global index for the safest places to live. In 2016, we were at 13. And Garda Síochána has made huge strides in recent years in tackling the organised criminal groups behind our drug supply, with gangland murders at an all-time low. However, we do have concerns around the legalisation of controlled drugs and its impact on wider society. No other country in the world has fully legalised controlled drugs possession. It's important to note that Ireland represents 0.67% of the EU population. An obvious risk if we were to do this would be drugs tourism to our country and all that would bring with it. As Ben referenced to earlier, we also have a border with the United Kingdom. Any situation where we have a different regime to our neighbours in the United Kingdom will lead to significant policing problems. We already see that at the border around fuel smuggling and cigarette smuggling. We know from colleagues elsewhere abroad that decriminalisation of cannabis can have negative effects on policing, with increases in crime and a normalisation of drug use generally. Colleagues abroad have told us of the increased open use of drugs in public parks and on public transport, and an increase in drug driving. Last year in Ireland here, we had nearly 2,700 people arrested for drug driving. In Canada, when they legalised cannabis, they saw almost a doubling of their drug driving. It should also be noted, and Ben referenced to it earlier, organised criminal groups in other countries where they have legalised cannabis have not been eliminated, and in many cases have undercut the legal market or continued to supply to less advantaged areas. Some people have called for the state to regulate and provide drugs and to tax those drugs, and this will remove organised criminals from the system. However, there is an obvious flaw to this in relation to some drugs. Cocaine, for example, is only produced in South America and is completely controlled by the cartels. Last year, the Mexican cartel were responsible for 30,000 murders. It would obviously be unconscionable for the Irish state to source cocaine from the cartels. Similarly, heroin, the majority of heroin comes from Afghanistan. Afghanistan, as we know, is now ruled by one of the most odious regimes in history, the Taliban. Finally, on behalf of An Garda Síochána, may I close by wishing you the best with your deliberations. We, of course, will provide you with any further information or any further inputs that will help you in your journey in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin, and thank you again for being on time. The last thing I wanted to do was ask a member of An Garda Síochána to move on, so spared me that. It's just, I think, an excellent presentation again, and just a couple of things I really want to take from Justin's presentation was really very clear in his delivery and very clear in his message of what he did say to us. The first thing I would like to do on behalf of the Assembly is recognise every day all the members of An Garda Síochána who put their lives at risk every day going to work, addressing the issue of criminality, addressing the issue of criminality related to drugs as well. So I just want to put that on the record from the Assembly. I just take a few other takeaways. Justin did share with us in brief detail some of the practical implementation approaches that An Garda Síochána take in relation to current legislation and current policy, and I think that's something we need to bring a bit through more, because some people might not know that, or might not have experience of that, obviously, but might not know the approaches in Garda, and just that might be something we come back to again with yourself and Ben. And then finally, I think you've made it very clear your concerns on behalf of An Garda Síochána around legislation, and I think we always need to have the balance and mix, and Justin has made it very clear today about the concerns of An Garda Síochána on that one. So thank you very much to all the panellists who are going to stay with us. We're going to cross to yourselves at the table again for the next 15 minutes to work through, again, your deliberations, what you've heard, what you've thought, and questions you'd like to pose back to the panel again. Thank you very much. Everybody, can I ask the facilitators, please, to wind up at the tables? We're now kicking off. Okay, I'm going to go straight to table, and again, I'm trying to bring in some tables. I may not have asked the question already. So table 2, if I can go to Marcus.
Just a question for Justin Kelly. Does the adult caution scheme enhance the sense of impunity that one can be caught with drugs and be seen to get away with it?
Thanks for the question. No, I wouldn't say so. I think it's important, the adult caution scheme, just to say that it isn't a given. Every one of those is individually considered, and there's a number of factors in it. For example, the person has to admit the offence. We consider a number of factors with it. So I wouldn't say that. And I mean, like I said in my presentation, you know, one of our things that we're keen to do is to divert people away from the criminal justice system. So I wouldn't say that. And the thing about the caution, it's taken seriously, as in you have to come into the Garda station, and it's someone of a rank not below of inspector. So it's a senior guard that gives you that caution. So it's not just you're written out and you're told you're getting a caution. There is a bit to it. So I wouldn't agree with that. I don't know, Ben, would you?
Yeah, just comment on that as well. In relation to the adult caution, as it's currently operated as well, it's only available to people once. So you only get one shot at it. Now, we are looking at whether that could be rolled out to a higher number, a set higher number, but at the moment it's only once, so you do only at the moment get that one shot.
Thanks, guys. Table 14, Abigail. I think it might be a question for Eamon, but Abigail, please. Table 14.
Good morning. Thank you so much for all the talks. They were really great, and we hope we see more of them. Our question here was for Professor Keenan. We were just wondering about the distribution of the methadone treatment facilities, like what's the distribution countrywide? And also, these facilities, is it just a treatment center, or do they have beds and inpatient care or things like that? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the question. So, the slide identifies that we have 93 HSE clinics operating throughout the country. So they're a mixture between dispensing clinics, whereby we will have a clinic where there will be a full multidisciplinary team in place, and the individual comes to that initially on a daily basis, and they get their methadone or buprenorphine dispensed on site. And as they stabilise, they can get takeaways, and you know, they can move forward. And sometimes people end up only going once a week. And at that stage, we might look at transferring that person out to a general practitioner. So some of the other clinics then are smaller affairs where we would go into a specific area maybe 2 or 3 times a week, write a prescription, and that's then dispensed at a local community pharmacy. So the split in terms, the majority of them would be in Dublin, but it's about 70-30, I suppose, 70%, 30% in Dublin, outside Dublin. And in terms of a geographical spread, there's a couple of areas where we have limited clinics, but we rely on general practitioner prescribing within those areas.
Thank you, Eamon. Thanks. Table 3, sorry, actually, table 5. If I call in Averick, table 5, please. It might be for Siobhan.
Is it possible to have effective drug consumption rooms without decriminalising drugs?
Could you just repeat again? I think it's for Siobhan, please, Averick.
Yeah, I'm not sure who, but is it possible to have effective drug consumption rooms without decriminalising drugs?
I'll take that one. Yes. So thanks for the question. So supervised injection facilities are legislated for under the Misuse of Drugs Act, and we're currently now at the phase of implementing one such supervised injection facility in the Dublin area. So that's a location whereby drug users who need to inject can do so safely, but also in a location that there won't be a focus on coming into the criminal justice system. So the HSE and the An Garda Síochána will work really closely with the site providers to ensure that that kind of system is put in place there.
Thank you, Siobhan.
Well, just
go ahead, Eamon.
So just on that, I mean, we've been through a process in relation to the supervised injecting facility, a planning process which has gone on for a period of time, but it's only, I suppose, just earlier this year, last month, that we got approval for it to actually go ahead. So that's when the detailed discussions between the HSE and Garda Síochána and the service provider will work out how it's going to operate. But as Siobhan says, it will be legal for the person to be in possession of drugs while they're in that facility.
Thank you. Table 8, Ilana. I think this might be a question for Ben. No, it's going to come out.
Yes, I thank you for all that information you provided us with. Ben, you spoke specifically about the search and legalisation around searching people. So if we were to recommend decriminalising or depenalising, how exactly does that affect the power to search that's already there in the legislation?
Yeah, I mean, and just to come in on this as well, essentially, and this is what the Sheehan Group found, when they looked into this, if you decriminalise personal possession, then if you form the view that someone who has drugs on them has them only for personal possession, you would no longer be entitled to search them because it's no longer an offence. So it would only be if you suspected that they intended to supply them at that stage that you could search. So that's that potential loophole, and the other issue I raised of gangs getting their dealers to carry smaller quantities as well, so that in essence they wouldn't appear to have an intent to supply, but they may have only personal possession. So that's the difficulty it gives rise to in relation to searches. Depenalisation is currently, like all of the measures that we've mentioned are essentially depenalisation measures around adult caution, around health diversion, you know, that there's a different outcome rather than a criminal justice penalty. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So you're only depenalising it once?
At the moment, yeah. I mean, as I said, we are considering whether there's scope to increase it to a higher set number of offences, but at the moment it only applies to the first offence, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Justin, if you want to make any comment too.
Thanks, Chair. What I would just add to answer your question is the power of search for us comes under something called Section 23 of the Misuse of Drugs Act, and it is a really important power for us. It's a really important tool that we use on a daily basis, and not just for people, say, specifically working in drugs units or drugs and organised crime bureau that I referenced earlier. A lot of the frontline guards that you will see every day outside, they utilise that power. So, of course, anything that would diminish that power would concern us in Garda Síochána.
And can I just come in as well, just in relation to that, the in the health diversion scheme, the first referral doesn't involve an adult caution. So whenever the health referral programme is up and running, the guard will make the referral to the health service, but there will not be an adult caution associated with that referral. It's on the second occasion there will be an adult caution.
Thank you. Can I ask table 3? I think it's Una, if I haven't called you already. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks everybody for your interesting presentations. We have a question directed towards both the Assistant Commissioner and the Department of Justice spokesperson here as well. We're keen to know, what is the breakdown of Garda resources and spending used on tackling the organised crime gangs versus prosecuting drug users and those caught in possession?
Okay, so I suppose, and you would have heard in my presentation, our whole focus isn't on the someone who's addicted to drugs and those possession cases. Our whole focus is on the people who supply the drugs, and everything that I spoke about and the seizures that I spoke about and the firearms and the drugs, they're all what we call intelligence-led operations. So, and I'm sure you're all wise people around the room. You all know that we just don't stumble across those cases. So there's huge amounts of work put behind all those cases. So the vast majority, to answer your question, the vast majority of our resources working in drugs is all that higher end. So it's all around the supply lines, the people supplying, the people higher up on the chain, So we do not spend a lot of resources focused on the possession users. Now, possession users will come into contact, obviously, with members of An Garda Síochána. All my frontline colleagues would regularly deal with users of controlled drugs who would be involved in a variety of crimes that I outlined in the presentation. And of course, An Garda Síochána is a 24/7 agency, so we deal with people where there's overdoses, we deal with domestic violence where there's drugs related to that, we deal with all the drugs related to intimidation. So, but like I say, to answer your question, the vast majority of all our drugs units, our national units, it's all on those people higher up the food chain, if you want to describe them like that.
Thank you. Next question is a really interesting one, and it'll probably call in each of the panellists, so I'll ask you all to be very brief. But Rebecca on table 4 has a really good question, which we might pose to all panellists in future.
Thank you. To each of the panellists, should time permit, if you could choose 1 or 2 measures to come out of this assembly, what would those be?
Nice and brief, folks.
From a health-led approach, I suppose one of the things that would be really important is that population-based funding, and that we are sufficiently allocating funding to meet the demands of services. So we do know that we need to be supporting not just our statutory health services, but our community and voluntary services to be more in the prevention and intervention space. So I think it's sufficient funding, but it's also the health diversion pathway. It's moving people into that health-led approach and beginning to support communities to tackle those social determinants of health. I've answered that as multiple questions, but thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I didn't think I'd get a second opportunity to make a pitch for resources, but you've given that to me, so thanks very much. And I think, as Siobhan says, that if we are looking at really investing in the health diversion and a health-led approach, it is going to mean that more people are going to be coming in to health services, both at a statutory and a community level, and that does need to be resourced. I mean, I suppose one of the slides I put up showed that we had a tripling in people presenting for cocaine treatment over the last 6 years. We didn't necessarily get a tripling in our budget for that. We got money last year for cocaine, so an investment in multi-annual ongoing resources to support the health-led approach that we are advocating for, and we hope that you will support that as well.
Thanks, Eamon. What I would say is the problems that we have around drugs aren't single issues. So for us, and you might be surprised to hear me say this, I really think we need more resources around the homeless issue, around addiction, around mental health, because they are the causes of a lot of the drugs addiction and the people that we meet on a 24-hour basis. So for definite, for me, I would see we need more resourcing around all those areas, and education as well. And again, I reference back to my presentation, you know, for us in An Garda Síochána, we see there's a fundamental disconnect between some people who use drugs and the connection back to those organised criminal groups and the violence that they use to enforce their businesses. And in fact, even further than that, there's a huge disconnect between people who use drugs and the damage that does in other countries. And we know from our liaison officer that I spoke of over in Bogota in Colombia, people cannot believe the damage that has been done to their country, both environmentally and to their structures and democracy, and that people in Europe do not seem to care one little bit about that. So for me, that disconnect between people who use drugs and those consequences, I think, are really important. And you know, there's definitely, in my view, an education piece for that.
It's hard to follow all that. From my point of view, I suppose, given the extensive consultations you're going to undertake, the amount of voices you're going to hear from and different opinions, what I'd hope to get out of this is a sense of whether the measures that we're currently taking or about to embark on, whether there's a view that they are going to help people, whether to help people with addiction issues, help wider society to feel safe. Is the kind of current depenalisation initiatives that we're looking at the moment, are they considered to be the right ones when you've heard views from a whole number of sections of society? So if we get a sense of that, I think you'd be doing very well. Thanks.
Thank you, guys. You're well put on the spot there and well responded. Much appreciated. It was very clear. And Justin's reference to Colombia, I think, was important, just in terms of, as he described it, unintended consequences for other jurisdictions. We will have a presentation from Colombia specifically at one of the next assemblies, so you get a good sense of their view as well, as Justin has just shared some of it. Can I call in table 9, and it's in. It's a question related to ADHD and autism, but drug related as well, and it might be for Siobhan and indeed Eamon, I think.
Hello, this is a question for Ms. Schwan and Mr. Eamon. I represent a group of people who have autism and ADHD problem, and this is a genetic problem, and it's easily to develop mental problem, and it's highly correlated to criminal rate and drug use disorder. So my question is, among all the support that we talked about yesterday and today about homeless, about mother-child and preventions, we didn't hear much from the actual group that requires help. So, because yesterday we talked a lot about the traumas that cause the mental problem, may cause the drug use disorder, but not all the mental problems are caused by trauma. Some are genetic issues. May I ask if the HSE has been working on early diagnose some of these psychiatrist genetic problem that to prevent mental health, developing mental health, prevent, as in prevention of crime and prevent of drug abuse before it goes too far. Also, how do the Irish society support ADHD and ASD group, and how do we increase the social awareness of this community? Thank you.
Thank you, Zane, and thank you for getting 9 questions in together to one to So I'll pass across to Siobhan.
I'll start. So you've raised a number of really interesting questions there. So my policy brief also includes mental health services, and we work very closely with our colleagues in disability services, addressing those issues that you've raised around early intervention, early diagnosis, and early supports for families and young people who are, with developmental conditions such as autism or ADHD. And one of the things that we're very focused on, say through our CAM services, which is the Children and Adolescent Mental Health Service, is around supporting young children and young people. Not every young person with the diagnosis of autism or ADHD is going to have struggles through their teenage years and early adulthood, but some do, and we're really focused on improving access, funding to our mental health services, and improving early access so people who are having struggles or challenges don't face the same waiting times that they have in the past. We also work really closely with the National Educational Psychological Service, so supporting the psychology service in our primary schools and in our secondary schools, supporting young people, because often times it's their peers and their teachers who may recognise if there are challenges. In terms of the medication, I'm not the expert, so I'm going to pass over to Eamon on that one.
So it's a fairly broad question, and I think from the HSE perspective and from addiction, we'd sort of been a section within the HSE that hadn't been dealing with a lot of the other sections, but I think over time that is changing, and I think one of the points I mentioned was the dual diagnosis programme that is operating now between mental health and social inclusion, whereby we're not going to silo people into either mental health or an addiction service. We're going to look at it in a broader sense and have that service to support people who are suffering from problems that you describe in terms of ADHD in some ways. But that's also within disability. So there's a number of sections within the HSE that will cover that, and I think that it's by communicating with those sections that we'll move forward. Was there a question about medication? No?
Don't encourage any more.
No,
Careful.
actually.
Sorry.
No, actually,
No, okay.
yes and no, but I think the medication is a different topic that we can talk about, because I suppose there are two parts of the medication problem. One is the addictive use of any type of drug. The other part of the concerning is the ADHD medication that could be.
Because I know it's something you're passionate about. We could have a discussion just offline with Eamon, and something we can bring into the June meeting as well.
Sorry, one last.
Oh, hey, for God's sake.
Sorry, one last question is, I know earlier on Siobhan had been talking about the campus had been aware that kids are having these conditions, but a lot of them don't really make it to education, and at least some
Okay.
higher education.
I think that's a comment more than a question.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Zin. But I think you got more time than the presenters put together there, so well done. I just use the chair's prerogative and just ask a very brief question that might be on some people's minds. But you referenced, Ben, in the Sheehan report that legislation will be needed to strengthen the health-led approach, and the original intention was to go for Health Act, and the intention now is the criminal justice approach. Where's that at? How long is it going to take? When might we expect that legislation, and what will be better?
Yeah, okay, thanks for that. So initially, because most of the legislation is covered in the Misuse of Drugs Act, that was where the initial focus was, and obviously that's our colleagues in Department of Health own that legislation. We were trying to feed into that. It became very complicated to try and amend that act in a way that would allow for this health diversion approach. So in the more recent months, we've taken a different tack. We're devising a scheme, and we have got government approval to draft the scheme, which will allow a minister, other than the Minister of Justice, to devise a scheme to divert people away from the criminal justice system for specified reasons. So one of those is in relation to drugs, as we're talking here. There's also one around mental health, where mental health is the primary reason behind certain kinds of low-level offending as well. So that's what is going to be involved in the scheme. There will be a permission for another minister, so in this case the Minister for Health, to come up with a scheme as to what's involved in the health intervention, and what are, the reason why it needs legislation is there has to be some consequence if you don't partake in that opportunity to avail of whatever the health diversion is. Otherwise we could just operate a non-statutory scheme, but because there has to be some consequence flowing from failure to participate in it, that's why it needs legislation. So the government permission has been obtained quite recently. Now we just need to find an act that can accommodate it, or a bill, that can accommodate it. So at some stage this year it will be slotted into a piece of legislation, and then how long that takes will be dependent on how long it takes to go through the Oireachtas, and we've no control over that. Obviously that's in the hands of the politicians.
Thanks, Ben. I think it is. We might get some more detail on that later, because if there is some legislation planned, let's try to get behind what might be the benefits, and also how does it compare with other administrations and legislation change. I'm going to draw this discussion now to a close, if that's all right. I think we've had really good policy presentations, strategy presentations, and I guess practical implementation from two of the biggest agencies in the state in terms of the HSE and Garda Síochána. So I'd like to thank the four panellists, and appreciate if you can show your appreciation for them presenting today. And I've no doubt, again, we'll revert to a lot of the detail there. So thanks again, folks. Okay, we're drawing close to the end of a very hard and difficult day and a half and weekend overall for all of you. I guess the first thing I want to say is you'll see some of the team now from the Secretariat going around with surveys and questionnaires, and we'd like to take a few minutes for you at the table to complete those questionnaires and feedback. It's really important for us to I said recalibrate, change, amend as we move through each of the assembly processes, and we're open to that. So I'd ask you to please take a few minutes and I'll come back to you then. Okay, everybody, can I ask, get your attention back again, please, before we just wrap up? Last bit of feedback, work away, and we'll 30 seconds and we'll close out. Okay, everybody, if I can just get your attention back again, please, and thanks, and that feedback will be very valuable. Just as you are handing it back, the team will collect, if there's any other relative expense forms that you need to, the yellow forms, just submit those with those feedback sheets as well. Thanks for that. Second thing I just want to say in closing is the steering group that we spoke about. We have got some expressions of interest in, and as I said, we just want to make sure we get the balance and mix between gender and age and various things, regionalisation. So we have got some in, but I would encourage anybody else, if you think you would be interested, it won't be over demanding on our time. It will be done by Zoom, and it will add huge value for us, and I think you will enjoy it. So if anybody, please, if you want to make a further expression of interest, if you can get it in by close of business tomorrow evening, and we will work through that early this week and close out on it, because the work starts already for the next one. So if I can encourage anybody on that one. I guess for me, it's just to conclude on a few things. First of all, in concluding, I think we have had quite a comprehensive overview, is what I'd describe it as, not a detailed, in-depth, but quite a comprehensive overview of helping you understand what the assembly process is all about, and helping you get an appreciation for many of the issues associated with drug use in Ireland, and helping you to learn some of the concepts and some of the language that's utilised, and help us all to understand some of the very big issues that we will need to be addressing over the next few assembly meetings to help us come to a view and help us come to ultimately recommendations in October. So, as I keep mentioning, it's been very hard to deep dive on everything that we've done, so it's what I would call an appreciation of the agenda that we're heading into. As we head into each assembly meeting from here on, we do drop in a bit more detail. And I'd like to welcome our new assembly member just at the back, the young baby who's been minded all weekend and is in the assembly room, so well done. I forget the name, I was introduced this morning. What's the name? Caelan. Caden. Welcome, Caden. So just a couple of things from me. If that's where we've got to at the end of this, an overview and appreciation and understanding, I think that will be a great success for the first assembly meeting. In closing, just a few thanks that I do want to say and mention. Firstly, to Col, who's beside me, and his team, all of the team from the Secretariat. They have put a tremendous amount of work into the preparation and organisation for this weekend. It has been a very tight time frame since the Oireachtas agreed this to the first assembly meeting, and I know they're highly committed, because I've been working with them, they're highly committed to this process, highly committed to the transparency of it and the good professional running out of it. So I just want to thank all of the team and all of the work they've put in all weekend. Well done. And again, just briefly also to thank all of the presenters who put a lot of time, in fairness, and a lot of thought to share with you their experience and their views, who come here in the last all weekend, and also to thank them for their time and being precise. They were just so naturally on time all of the time. It was great. But no, genuine thanks to the presenters. They helped us to start the agenda going. And also, if I can, I did mention in my opening remarks that we are in sunny Fingal, and it's one of the best places in the country, but that's my pun for Fingal area. But I want to thank the hotel in particular, Matt Ryan, Matt Ryan's in the room here, I see him now. I want to thank the hotel in particular, who've just been exceptional throughout the whole weekend, and it's helped us for a very smooth and efficient running of the whole assembly meeting. So thanks to you and your team, Matt. Please do pass it on. And finally, what's I called it? Prompt me on something. Did I forget it?
Just
yeah.
lanyards.
Oh yeah, the lanyards that you can leave them. Leave them on the table, so it'll save us and stop the recycling. Just in closing, a couple of things, just logistically looking ahead. The next meeting, our assembly meetings themselves, will be held in Dublin Castle. So you know that. Some people said, look, they live close by it, they'll go straight there. The accommodation, however, will be provided from here in Malahide, and we will make the arrangements to transport you from here and back to Dublin Castle. So accommodation here, meetings will take place in Dublin Castle, and we will be including some site visits that we're working on at the minute to help, again, get a greater appreciation. And that's all from me. Before you go, lunch is provided in the Coast Restaurant to get you on your journey. And from my perspective, it's now bang on 1 o'clock on Sunday. And again, we're finished. So you're free. Thanks for your time. You've been an sorry, I did want to thank one last group, which is yourselves. You have put an exceptional commitment in the last day and a half, and it's really been very inspiring for me to sit at the top table here, see the questions coming in, see the body language, see the engagement, and hear the great, just great atmosphere that's in the place. So thanks to you. You've done a super job. Well done. Yeah, good job. 1 o'clock. I couldn't believe when I looked at it. It actually was.